Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome all of you to the August 28th regular meeting of Council. I'd like to first recognize that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk tonight will be Ms. Sheila Gurry. Tonight's regular meeting of Council will be held in accordance with the Community Charter and Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 7272. The question period sign-up sheet is on the table by the double doors to my left. That is for agenda items only. If during the meeting any member of the gallery has a question regarding an agenda item, please write down your name and the agenda item on the sheet. No need to mention that members have the authority to join electronically tonight. All of Council is present. The first item on the agenda, Ms. Gurry, is the introduction of late items, and we have a number tonight. Please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'll try to be quick, and I apologize in advance for any names I get incorrect. For late items this evening, we are removing agenda item 8C, Community Recreation Summer 2023. That'll come at a later date, Your Worship. Agenda item 10B11, BC Energy Step Code and Zero Carbon Step Code implementation. We're adding the following late delegations: Patrick Canning, Edwina Boak from Flame Right Services Ltd, Carrie Ann Cody, Mike McNeese, Hearth Patio and Barbecue Association of Canada, Barbara McClellan, Robert Bryans, Nina Rastogi, Robin Ward, Ted Olenek, and Tom Burkout from BC Hydro, Deborah Vandergoes, Patrick Littlejohn, Ian Gartshore. Howard Breen arrived and can't speak tonight, so he's no longer on the list. James Boak, Jim Lemestre, and Jeet Manhas. We are also adding Timothy Strutch, Pioneer Fireplace, to the second delegation listed on the agenda to join Chris Bowen from Pioneer Fireplace. For agenda item 12E, development permit application number DP 1308 for 855 Douglas Avenue, we're adding a delegation from Paul Chapman, Nanaimo Area Land Trust. And for agenda item 11A, we're removing delegation from Ann Martin, Board Director, Take a Hike Foundation, re-impacts of the city's 2022-23 grant and aid. And that's it, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gurry. A motion for the adoption of the agenda is amended. Moved Councillor Armstrong, seconded Councillor Manley. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Motion for adoption of the minutes is circulated. Moved Councillor Perino, seconded Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. I have a relatively brief mayor's report tonight. The first thing I want to mention is the public is invited to attend on Sunday, September 10th from 10 till 2 at the Oliver Woods Recreation Centre for an Oliver Woods Community Centre open house. Visitors can participate in a variety of activities: fitness sampler programs, drop-in sports, gym pals for the children. You'll learn about department programs, services, rental opportunities, meet staff and user group representatives, view a story walk found in the playground area, and see demos of the wellness park, as well as enter to win a variety of parks, recreation, and culture prizes, including a $100 gift card. So I encourage the public to go out and take a look at this wonderful facility. I have to advise you that the Harbourfront Parkade closure will occur between September 5th and November 10th. The upper level of P2 of the Harbourfront Parkade will be undergoing maintenance and will be closed to all vehicles and pedestrians from September 5th to November 10th. The other levels of the parkade will be available for parking, and parking will be available in the Conference Centre and Bastion Street parkades as well. For more information, visit the parking page or please contact Parking Services at 250-755-4468 or go to parkingpasses@nanaimo.ca. And it is with mixed emotions that I announce, as some in the community already know, that I offer very sincere congratulations on behalf of Council to Lisa Bhopal Singh, who has been with the city now for 5 years and a bit, I guess, or getting there. My God, time goes fast. She has been appointed the new CAO for the city of Powell River. That is a pretty big promotion for her. Now, Council, I appreciate that, but I'm about to tell all the other delegations not to use applause tonight or boos or any other comments, but Lisa deserves that. Originally from Trinidad, Lisa obtained her undergraduate and master's degrees from no less a prestigious institution than Oxford University, not one of those American write-it-in ones, the real thing. Originally went on to complete a Master's of Community and Regional Planning from the University of British Columbia. She came to us from the, Lisa came to the city of Nanaimo, where she was the Director of Community Development, and while there she led, as many of you know who participated, and I suspect some of you did, the city's long-range planning and worked on reconciliation, sustainability, affordable housing, and neighborhood and heritage planning. And during her previous work experience, she's been involved in leading and fostering regional growth management, community land use planning, disaster resilience, intergovernmental relations, economic development, and water sustainability for the Regional District of Nanaimo, the Government of British Columbia, several First Nation governments on Vancouver Island, and the District of Lillooet. So as you can see, it was quite obviously with great sincerity that I said it is with mixed emotions. She has been a real leader amongst the tremendous leadership that this city enjoys in its staff, and she set a sterling example of real public service. It's a great loss to Nanaimo, but we have all reminded her and taken advantage of this moment to remind her that the city will still be here when she may get tired of being in Powell River, and I'm sure that we will be able to hopefully welcome her back at some point in the future. In the meantime, good luck to her. She doesn't need it with that kind of talent and dedication and integrity. The city of Powell River, damn them, will get some excellent leadership based on experience and education and a tremendous sense of compassion. And I say particularly with reference to reconciliation in this province, you'd be hard-pressed to find a public servant who has worked nearly as hard as Lisa to ensure that it was approached with the dignity, the sincerity, and the honor that whole process requires of each and every one of us. She's a sterling example of a public servant. So Ms. Bhopal Singh, if I may say to you, Lisa, again, congratulations and thank you from the City of Nanaimo for all of your work here. And as I say, we look forward to your return someday. Hint, hint. Thank you.
Council, if I might share a few words. It's with mixed emotions that I leave you all. Right? I think, as I've said to each of you, it's not easy leaving a place where you're a good fit. And it was, I think, as I've said to Mr. Lindsay, Mr. Harding, Mr. Sims, all of your trust has given me the courage to be approached by Powell River, for them to consider me, and I wouldn't have done that without each of you and the belief in you to lead the city through different projects, and the trust and faith of the senior management team. I actually wish to publicly say to the citizens of Nanaimo, thank you, because they were part of, under your leadership, engaging in the largest public participation in the Reimagine project. And some of the people behind me participated. All of you supported tremendous citizen engagement. And I'm proud that we have won accolades from that across the province. We have people calling us even from North America. How did we do that? All during COVID. And during COVID, nothing stopped. You all got busier. You worked harder. We worked harder. And I am sincerely grateful for being able to serve you and serve our community. And each and every one of you deserves accolades for coming to serve. And being on council is not easy. I don't know if it's a job I would ever seek. It's a thankless task. But each of you, every single one of you, is doing it for community. And regardless of people, your job is to govern, and to govern despite the challenges that come before you, and to balance the different interests. And you're going to hear different voices tonight. I'm also really proud that, Auntie Joan and Nanaimo are here today, like just how it worked out, right? So I'm grateful to Nanaimo. I'm grateful to you. I'm just grateful. And this isn't a case of leaving. You don't, what do you say? You don't leave. People leave managers, not jobs. I'm leaving neither, right? I'm leaving neither. And I'm very grateful that there's welcome arms for me should I ever wish to return. So with that, I'll say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Gurry, we have several items to rise and report from in-camera meetings. The first, on March 6, 2023, Council approved the venue management agreement with OVG 360 to operate the Vancouver Island Conference Centre for a 5-year term with the option for a further 5-year term. Council also directed staff to issue a news release announcing the new agreement. We also have a rise and report from the July the 10th, 2023 meeting. Council appointed Hector Alcala, architect, as nominated by the Architectural Institute of British Columbia to the Design Advisory Panel for a 2-year term. And I want to just say publicly, the Design Advisory Panel, which is an unsung group of individuals in this community, probably most of you, and would be hard-pressed to name any member of it, they're the folks who ensure that the architecture that represents the best in modern architecture, which is reflected in so many buildings in this community, in fact occurs. They review all of that. It's wonderful work. Councillor Eastmere is on it, very happily so, succeeding Councillor Brown. And I just want to publicly thank them for the work they do on behalf of all of us. And the third item from Rise and Report is the July 24th meeting to announce that Michael Basile has been appointed to the Board of Variance for a 3-year term. We're now on to presentations, and I'm always delighted to welcome this individual to a council meeting, and that is the chair of the Board of Nanaimo Port Authority, and an active advocate for health in our community, who is leading the good fight, and that's Donna Hayes, to give us an update on the Nanaimo Regional General Hospital. Ms. Hayes, welcome to council.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you to, you have to push, there we go. Thank you to council for having me here today. There you go.
Better.
How fortuitous that you put on the agenda that I'm the chair of the Nanaimo Port Authority Board, but I'm actually here in my capacity today as community liaison for the Medical Staff Association and the advocacy work that I am doing with respect to healthcare in our community in Central Vancouver Island. And I'm also here today to give a little bit of an update of the work that I guess we're doing at the Mayor's Leadership Table. As I said, that table and this report comes directly from that group. I thought I'd start today by sharing a little bit about what we're not talking about, because healthcare is an immense conversation. So we are not here to talk about today the crisis that's happening with family doctors and the 35,000 residents in Nanaimo and surrounding areas that don't have a family practice doctor. We're not here to talk about that today. We're not here to talk about federal transfer payments that don't follow patients that move from out east to beautiful BC and specifically Vancouver Island. We're not here to talk about that issue. We're not here to talk about the issues that face doctors from other countries who want to practice in BC but have a difficult time getting privileges here and have to go to other provinces where the restrictions aren't such as they are in BC. We're not here to talk about those conversations today. I'm here specifically to talk to you about infrastructure at Nanaimo Regional General Hospital and the inequity that specifically exists for the people who live in Central and North Island. That is all residents who live north of the Malahat. And to talk about the inequity and disparity that exists with respect to those patients receiving health care over those that live in South Island or south of the Malahat. I'm going to share a lot of statistics tonight. I actually wrote a whole bunch of them down because there's so many, and I want to make sure the public gets to hear these, because unless you're digging, you might not readily know these things. So as the chair of the Port Authority, I often have to go to Ottawa, and here's the conversation I have about Vancouver Island. There are nearly 1 million people who live on Vancouver Island. I'm not sure if as a resident of Vancouver Island you understand what that means. That means we are bigger as a population than all territories in Canada. We are larger than 3 of the provinces, and we are approximately 110,000 people less than the province of Nova Scotia. We have a lot of people living on Vancouver Island. We represent approximately 20% of the population in BC, the third largest province in Canada. Nanaimo Regional General Hospital services more than 50% of those residents who live on Vancouver Island. Our population in Central and North Vancouver Island is the oldest population in Canada. So we not only are a large population, not only are we more than 50% of those living on Vancouver Island, we are the oldest population. We are the 5th fastest growing population in Canada. The 2021 census said that Canada is growing by 5.2%, BC growing by 7.6%, but Vancouver Island's growing by 10.3% in terms of population. So we are the 5th fastest growing population in Canada, and we're the oldest. Nanaimo Regional General Hospital also services 80% of all First Nations on Vancouver Island. And we have the busiest emergency room on Vancouver Island. So those are the stats about population. Let me tell you the statistics around Nanaimo Regional General Hospital, and it will clearly start showing the inequities that I'm speaking about. So NRGH is a tertiary level hospital. So we hear about lots of great construction going on with the hospital in Duncan, new hospitals, Campbell River and Comox, West Coast General and Port Alberni just got a renovation. Tofino Hospital's up next for some renovations. Those are all community hospitals, and they directly feed into Nanaimo Regional General Hospital as a tertiary hospital. We are considered a level 2 trauma center, we're a stroke center, but yet the only program we offer at a tertiary level right now is nephrology or kidney care. We don't offer any cardiology support services, and you're going to hear me talk more about that, and possibly you saw us in the media a few weeks ago, and thank you to the mayor and to Councillor Thorpe, who stood beside myself along with Chief Weiss and some of our other community members to talk about the cath lab. I'm going to get into that a little bit as we go along. In 2010, remembering that it's 2023, so this is 13 years ago, Island Health did a master plan site report, and there was an infrastructure report as part of that. And I'm going to quote a little bit about that. So Nanaimo Regional General Hospital was built in 1962, completed in 1963. I'm very proud to say my grandfather built that hospital, and he did a fine job because it's still standing, and that's where we're getting our services now, 60 years later. However, a nursing tower that was built in 1963, it has many significant physical issues, including but not limited to, it's non-compliant with respect to codes and seismic risk and medical gases. The service elevators and sprinkler systems are beyond the end of their useful life. There's no separation between vital and non-vital electrical loads, and there are asbestos-containing materials. The report includes phrases like grossly inadequate and outdated inpatient care units. This report was written 13 years ago. In 2011, our ICU was written up in the Canadian Standards Guides as having the worst infrastructure in Canada. Thankfully, to the hard work, and I will credit the Nanaimo Hospital Foundation and the work of Councillor Perino when she was with them, we opened our new ICU just a month or so ago. Understanding that for over 450,000 patients, we had 9 ICU beds, we now have 12. There are 12 beds for 450,000 people. New HAU facility opening up here in the next couple months, hopefully in the fall. We'll add 12 high acuity beds. Also very exciting news, much needed. Drastically should have been done a long time ago. We're finally getting there. And once again, thank you to the Nanaimo Hospital Foundation. Just so we're all clear as a community, they contributed $10 million into those 2 projects. That came from our community, people sitting in this room and our community. We contributed that money to make those facilities happen. So big thank you to the community for that work. In July of 2022, I stood before you as the chair of the infrastructure task force under the Mayor's Leaders Committee at that time. And I shared 26 major projects with council. Hopefully everybody's new council have gotten up to speed on those. In our top 5 were the NRGH Tower as number 1. Our second was the Cancer Center. Exciting to hear that Premier Eby has re-announced that we're receiving a cancer center, or a portion of what was originally promised by Premier Horgan. But I think we need to realize that announcement until we actually get those beds, which will, so we're clear, will be right now 4 radiology beds only, an extension of our of some of our pharmacy services, as well as some of our chemotherapy services. It's exciting. It's something we don't have in Nanaimo right now, but that's only going to happen in the next 3 to 5 years. If we were going to talk about a tower, which originally in all plans included a cath lab for cardiology services, if we started today, we wouldn't see any movement on that for a decade. The thing that worries me in that conversation is we're not at that table right now. We're not having that conversation. Rumors in the background are saying possibly 2040 for a new tower. So we have to look at what the options are. No cath lab, there's no cardiology services. Right now, we currently have 1 cardiologist. 450,000 people, 1 cardiologist. I think you can do the math. It's a scary, terrifying situation right now, what's happening in Nanaimo, particularly when you look at that you have 90 minutes to get from once you've had your MI to getting to a service. I don't know about any of you. Have you tried driving to Victoria and getting there in 90 minutes? It's not humanly possible. It's even difficult if you're utilizing the Helijet service that will get you there. I think the thing that's important to recognize is the fact that we don't have a cath lab or ready access to one in Nanaimo means we don't meet the world standards. We are failing on the infrastructure level that we can't meet the current standard worldwide for healthcare, and we can't meet that in Nanaimo, British Columbia. I worry for patients that come from further afield, those from Parksville, Qualicum, Courtenay, Campbell River. If 90 minutes from Nanaimo seems impossible, it will never happen coming from those communities. And when that happens, that means more people, more patients die, and their quality of life, if they do survive a major heart attack, goes down considerably. I want to share a couple of services and some statistics with you that are supposed to be in a tertiary hospital. And these are not all of them, these are a portion of them. We're supposed to have pediatric psychiatry, cardiology, I already mentioned, gastroenterology, oncology, adult psychiatry, infectious disease, hematology, endocrinology, neurology, general pediatrics, geriatrics, vascular surgery, interventional radiology, I can go on. We only have nephrology. Let me share some numbers with you about the difference with respect to access to doctors that we have here. So we have 345 beds at Nanaimo Regional General Hospital. In Victoria, they have 2 hospitals, Royal Jubilee, Victoria General Hospital. They have access to 844 beds. In nephrology, where I said we have the proper equivalent program, we have 6 nephrologists. Victoria has 8. For gastroenterologists, we have 4. So this is everybody from the Malahat North. We have access to 4. There are 16 in Victoria. In cardiology, we have 1. I'm super excited. In September, our second cardiologist is joining us. We want to welcome him with open arms. 3 years ago, we had 4 cardiologists. The last couple of years, we've been down to 1. It's hard to keep a cardiologist here when you provide no infrastructure whatsoever to help them with their patients. Our only solution to a heart attack right now, or a major event, is thrombolytis, which is an injection. One of the side effects is stroke. It's hard to get doctors who don't ever train in that to actually come to Nanaimo and invest and be part of our system here in Nanaimo to provide patient care when we can't give them access to what the world standard of care is. So we don't have a cath lab. We've got 1 cardiologist, going on 2. Victoria has 21. For neurologists, we have 3. Victoria has 15. Endocrinologists, we have 2. They have 9. Pediatric psychiatrists, we have 1. They have 13. We have 18 adult psychiatrists. They have 82. In geriatrics, we have 3, they have 7. For hematology, we have 1, they have 6. Vascular surgery, we have none, they have 7. Oncology, and you've heard we're getting a cancer center. We have 0 oncologists, a cancer center, hopefully in 3 to 5 years on its way, 4 GP oncologists. Victoria has 40 oncologists and 9 GP oncologists and a full cancer center. Rehab medicine, we have 5, they have 10, and the statistics go on and on and on. That across the board, that's where we stand. And yet, every single day at NRGH, we are over 400 patients for our 345 beds. So that commercial we all see on TV where everybody's complaining about healthcare and there are patients in broom closets and hallways, that's our hospital. And every single day, our staffing complement is only at 85%. So we only ever have 85% of the required staff to staff a 345-bed hospital. We're running over 400 patients at 85%. Do the math. It's not good. What is surprising, and one thing I do want to acknowledge, is our survival rates are fantastic. Our staff at NRGH are doing a phenomenal job. Their patient care is spectacular. They are doing a first-rate job. They are going above and beyond. And quite frankly, 4.5 years ago, when MSA asked me to come on as community liaison, that was the first time they'd sort of stepped out of just the doctors speaking up because they could see they weren't being heard just as doctors to say there's a problem. And now they need us as a community to stand behind them and say, we're going to do something about this situation. So I want to tell you what we are doing about this. And when I say we, it's really a community effort. We've been able to partner with people like the Hospital Foundation, like the Regional District Hospital Board. Thank you to Councillor Thorpe for all the work and Councillor Perino for all the work you've been doing there. The Mayor has stood beside us. The First Nations with Chief Wise and his team have been standing beside us. And when I say we, that's who I'm incorporating. It's really the community as a whole coming together. I think something the general public doesn't know is that hospitals are funded this way in everywhere but the Lower Mainland. 60% of the money comes from the province and 40% has to be funded through the regional district, in this case, the Regional District of Nanaimo. I want to say thank you to the Regional District Board and the Regional District Hospital Board for their courage and leadership in coming forward 2 years ago. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but in raising property taxes to come up with their 40% of the plan. I think it needs to be clear the tower alone is a $2 billion build. The cancer center is almost $300 million. We're looking at doing a remote cath lab that we could get in place within 3 years rather than waiting for, if we started the tower conversation now, waiting 10 years. We needed the cath lab 2 decades ago. They started petitioning the province 20 years ago for a cath lab, and we still don't have one. But I want to thank the RDM board for taking that leadership step. As they said in the press conference that we did a few weeks ago, you're coming forward with the money that we need for our 40% representation, so thank you for that. That's a big step forward that we didn't have 3, 4, 5 years ago that we have now. As I mentioned, we're focusing our attention starting on a cath lab, on a remote cath lab. There is a location on the hospital site that would tie in nicely. With the HAU beds coming in play and the funding that we've got from the foundation, there's a nice piece there with community coming on board. It makes sense for a remote cath lab. It could happen within a 3-year time period, and that's all part of the conversation. Ultimately, we're working towards the whole tower moving forward. And over the next year, you're going to see many more press releases coming forward. You're going to see us active in the press. You're going to see us in the community, gathering community support, like today, to speak to the community and to council and share with what we're working on, what our campaign is. You're going to see more of that moving forward, particularly as we come up to a provincial election. But I didn't come without the intent of asking you for something today, because I do need something very specific from you. Today, the community is asking for our mayor, with the full support of our council, to issue a letter to all municipalities north of the Malahat, asking them to lend their voices to the fight for the new patient tower at NRGH. And further, we're asking for all council to actively work on bringing focus to this specific issue, and that they engage with their counterparts in other Vancouver Island municipalities at the upcoming UBCM conference and through their current and future interactions with the province. I gotta be blunt. It's going to take every single leader, every single organization, every single community member to win this fight. Because when we have the discussion at the provincial table, we're told there's no provincial will to put the money in Nanaimo. Surrey just announced they're getting a cath lab, they're getting a new tower. They are 15 minutes away from New Westminster with full access to a cath lab. I'm not saying Surrey doesn't have a case. I don't want to speak to that. What I'm saying is it's happening in other places. Hopefully the statistics I shared with you tonight show there is a need. We're in dire, desperate need. This is crisis mode. This is the end of the line. Everybody has to be on board to actually make this happen. The interesting thing about this conversation, it affects every single person in this room. It affects every single person I've talked about on Vancouver Island, and it crosses all barriers. It's not about race, it's not about gender, it's not about religion, it's not about who you vote for. It is actually about a right that you have as a Canadian to have access, reasonable access to health care. And what I'm here to tell you tonight is, as living where you live, we do not have access or reasonable access to the health care that is provided to our counterparts in Victoria or Vancouver. And that needs to change. And for that to change, I'm here to ask the mayor and council to please help us change that as a community. We have a provincial election next fall. This is our opportunity to get the province's eyes and ears. And the mayor, I don't want to repeat everything that you say, but you did say at our press conference, when you live north of the Malahat, it's like living in a third world country. There are many places in this world you could live that would shock you, and you would have better access to healthcare than you have in Nanaimo. And that, in my mind, is just not acceptable. So we're asking for your help today, and I would entertain any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hayes. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I've spent 30 years, actually more than 30 years in healthcare, and a number of years here, of course, and I can verify that everything that Ms. Hayes has said is absolutely true, and it's not about that the province is willing, it's the money. So I am so thrilled to hear you say we need to advocate more. So I just have a very quick question for you. Tell me what the difference is today than what's been done in the past, and why do you think this is going to succeed now?
So what's very interesting is I've been in the healthcare conversation for about 25 years with respect to infrastructure. About 5 years, 4.5, 5 years ago is when MSA, Medical Staff Association, came to talk to me about what would it look like having a community liaison to start talking to the public about what the inequities are. What I noticed 4.5 years ago was that the parties that had to be at the table were at the table, but they were all in different conversations. Yeah. The change now is that we're all speaking with one voice. So while I do not represent in any way Island Health, I can tell you that if you look at their master plan, it aligns with what the Medical Staff Association are talking about. The regional district is on board with their 40% of the funding. The Nanaimo Regional Hospital Foundation are fundraising in a way that is making the conversation easier and getting more traction with the public. It's the first time I have ever seen in 25 years that all of the individual groups that have to be at the table are there and moving forward together as opposed to individually. So the difference and why I think we'll be successful is because we speak with one voice this time.
And it's about time, Your Worship. And I just want to say, and just to say, you said it, the most important thing to know is although the physical space is in rough shape, the medical staff and the support staff to that hospital and the healthcare issues that are faced, they're incredible. You just couldn't find finer people, and having worked in 3 different hospitals, it's amazing how good it is here. So I'm very impressed to be in Nanaimo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As council knows, there's an item coming up under the adoption of consent items with respect to this. And I trust, subject to what Councillor Hemmons is going to say, that it will get approval. Councillor Hemmons?
Thank you. Actually, no, I'm I'm just thinking about those stats, Ms. Hayes, and I'm curious. I've spent quite a bit of time in that tiny ICU that's been replaced. How do we ensure that what we get is adequate with our population growth? Like if we had a 9-bed ICU that was wholly inadequate, and we went to a 12-bed ICU and it gets celebrated, it's not enough.
It's not enough.
So how do we make our case that we'll take whatever investment they'll give us, but it needs to be at a certain level to actually provide the care that you're discussing and illuminating with those statistics?
I think that's a really great point. I can tell you that is going to be an issue, and as a community, we're going to have to really stand strong. I do feel a lot of that conversation is going to come back to the municipality and the regional district. So for instance, when we talk about a tower at 345 beds currently, I do know that there's been pushback in that conversation. Hey, we could give you a tower with 450 beds. I can tell you that we know right now it needs to be 600 beds. How do we project what that looks like 10 years from now, 20 years from now? That's really difficult to say, and to be honest, I don't see the province in any way funding something greater than that. I think what's going to be up to us is to say, no, we need 600 beds, and 600 beds is what we'll take.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thorpe?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have a long meeting, and I don't wish to prolong this, but I'd be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to thank Ms. Hayes for coming tonight and being so eloquent on this topic, as you always are. I think it's vitally important that our community learns these facts, recognizes the seriousness of this situation with our regional hospital. And I really appreciate the detail that you went into this evening. Appreciate your efforts in advocacy, and also the work of the Hospital Foundation, of course. And I think people are gradually understanding that our regional hospital comes under the purview of the Regional District of Nanaimo through the Regional Hospital District Board, and that organization has made it a top priority to advocate for the needed improvements at our hospital. And tonight we have a motion that I will be happy to move when the time is appropriate, which says that the leaders' table, the mayor's leaders' table also is making this a top priority. So again, thank you very much for your work. And I'll just add quickly, Your Worship, as I always like to do, and Ms. Hayes referenced people's taxes. If you go back and look at your tax assessment, you will see a special note regarding regional hospital assessment. And that is to raise money for what Ms. Hayes is referring to. We are responsible for 40% of the capital costs. So we need to start collecting money, putting it aside in a fund as a reserve to show the government that we are doing our part to raise our portion of the money that's required, and saying to the province, we recognize the problem, you need to recognize the problem. We're raising our money, we need you to commit your portion of the money. So check out your tax notices, and if anybody has a complaint with that assessment, please feel free to give me a call and we can have further discussion. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Thorpe. Ms. Hayes, much appreciated, as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item under presentations is the Tutuxton project. I'm going to ask Mr. Jeremy Holm, however, to introduce that matter before I introduce the Tutuxton Knowledge Partners who are gathered with us tonight. So, Mr. Holm, before everyone stands up and gets too tired, we'll let Mr. Holm introduce it. Please.
Great. Thank you, Your Worship. This is a really exciting, significant project proposed in the Harewood area. It includes both market and non-market rental housing, as well as a community serving institutional and commercial space. It's been guided, the development of this project's been guided by a memorandum of understanding that was signed by the Knowledge Partners you're going to meet and hear from here shortly. Signed in 2019. The project's reached a significant milestone here with the introduction of the official community plan amendment and zoning amendment bylaws that I'm happy to speak to if you have any questions regarding the technical or aspects of the report. I'm happy to speak to later in the agenda under item 12A. I'm just going to turn it over to Andrew Sutherland, who's going to introduce the Knowledge Partners and the project. Thank you.
Mr. Sutherland, good evening and welcome. You're going to introduce everyone tonight?
That's right.
Save me the trouble. I like this. This is good. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor, Council, my name is Andrew with Nanaimo First Nation. We are honored to be here tonight to share more about the amazing Take Tuxton project. We have all our Knowledge Partners here today, including Joan Brown of Nanaimo First Nation, Thomas Bevan of BC Housing, Mark Walsh of School District 68, and Dale Lindsay of City of Nanaimo. Before we get on to sharing more about Take Tuxton, we'll start with a video that provides an overview of this important and unique project.
Welcome to Take Tuxton. Take Tuxton is a unique development project
located on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw people,
developing 5.8 acres into affordable housing,
open space, services, and amenities.
This project is a joint partnership with Snuneymuxw First Nation,
BC Housing,
the City of Nanaimo,
and Nanaimo Ladysmith Public Schools. Together, we are the Knowledge Partners.
We are working to elevate this part of Harewood to its fullest potential,
foster community, and satisfy the immediate and essential need for housing
and accessible services in Nanaimo.
Our partnership began in 2019 with a commitment to a new way of urban development.
Take Tuxton is grounded by 4 house posts:
land,
people,
education,
and infrastructure.
Together like an ecosystem, they will rebuild and restore a healing environment for future generations.
This vision is built on the vision and needs of the Harewood community and Nanaimo First Nation.
With the input from our communities, Take Tuxton is on a path that brings together 2 worlds,
combining Western and Indigenous knowledge.
Indigenous knowledge is based on experience and the observation of nature through a long history. Nature is at the center of the value system, and all living things are interconnected.
Western knowledge is based on scientific analysis and understanding the mechanics of each element. People are at the center of the value system, and nature serves them.
Our approach to planning and design brings these 2 ways of being together as equals. Take Tuxton will be led by these design principles.
Heal and restore connection to the land. The design will respect the teachings of the Indigenous ancestors.
Acknowledge the connection of land, language, culture, and people. Learn from the experiential wisdom of our elders.
Listen from a place of connection to all living things. Place nature at the center of our value system.
Continue to develop our senses. Remain and act as students of the land, our first teacher.
Cultivate an inclusive environment, strengthen social belonging between all people and to the land.
All are welcome in the Longhouse. Mobility and access will be considered for all.
The Longhouse is Take Tuxton's shape and spirit.
There will be housing, businesses, and services surrounding a shared open space for community and gathering.
There is an abundance of potential opportunities for this site.
We may see family housing, new bike paths, recreation spaces, or outdoor learning features. These features and opportunities will be chosen based on community feedback.
Tuxton is urban development built on partnership, co-creation,
and giving back more than we take.
The final result will be a sacred space that honors the land,
is inclusive, safe,
and accessible to all in the community.
Beautiful. And now call upon Joan Brown, CEO of Snuneymuxw First Nation, to share more.
Good evening and welcome.
I'm very humbled again to stand and sit in front of you, Your Worship. This amazing project has been profound in the sense that it's brought all of us to the table in a meaningful way. For us, it's so profound how we're sitting here together, shoulder to shoulder, as we heard the previous speaker say that we all have to work together or we're not going to survive. This is really what the overall vision of this project is. At first, we thought Tuxton was a place that was going to provide the teachings, but we learned really that Tuxton is a strong physical reminder that the teachings are here, still living, still breathing. And understanding when we first started, we thought, we're going to go back to the land, let her be our teacher, be our guide. But now we recognize as a family that now we want to be like the land, to take care of each other, to love each other in a way that there's a much stronger outcome. The benefits are profound, and thinking about the built environment, how it can promote that way of being. It hasn't been easy. It's taken a lot of time because for us as individuals and as organizations, it's a complete shift, but an important shift. In this ever-changing world, we have to respond in a good way. We have to think more deeply about how we can affect change in a meaningful way. Thinking about community much differently, how we can lean on each other to be that strength, that medicine, especially for the younger people to really see what it means to see us sitting side by side. It doesn't happen often, but it's a good path forward that's going to really have the hugest impact. And so we think about how we're going to take this natural world, which referred to parkland, to enhance a way of living that's bringing the natural world in, that's going to really be that healing component, change the energy so that we can all see things differently through an ancestral lens, to really that awe of the land, what she can provide, and how she can really provide that strength and medicine for everybody that's connected, to really see the interplay of Tuxton and the other areas throughout the region. It's profound, and it's a model that others would love to follow. It's a way forward, Your Worship, and we're just so humbled that we could stand here before you and ask you to consider our request. Haitzapka, Siamansiaya, Haitzapka.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh, welcome. Good evening.
Thank you, Your Worship, Council. Thank you for whoever put me after Auntie Joan. Appreciate it. I am bringing some regrets on behalf of our superintendent, who is going to be here, Scott Saywell, this evening to speak, who's been an integral part of the partnership, and just want to acknowledge that. And on behalf of the school district, just again, that idea, and I think Auntie Joan touched on that, walking together, and it's taken some time to get here, but we've been building a project and a model potentially to solve a lot of issues, I think, that we have. And so you see in front of you various groups with various interests and various needs that have come together. We hope to bring a project that's going to be, I think, more powerful than the sum of its parts. And so, again, our board of education in our long-range facilities plan has recognized the need that everything we're going to do is going to require partnership. We have needs for housing, we have needs for community amenities, we have needs to incorporate those community amenities with education. And I'm so excited to see what that opportunity looks like. And then the one other piece, and the school district is going to take a little bit longer, I think, to fulfill our part, assuming that it all gets approved, but a vision of potential employee housing as well. So workforce housing to solve an increasing issue, not just our system, but other systems. I think healthcare would probably accord with that as well. And so it's not done deal yet, but certainly something that we're looking at. And so just so honored to be part of this group and want to express appreciation and ISEPCA for having the opportunity to speak to you this evening.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bevan, BC Housing.
Hello, Your Worship and Council. Again, echo the words and a great honor to be here. I'm joined with my colleague Cheryl Peters, Director of Provincial Redevelopment, and want to state how important this project is to BC Housing and the urgency of it. It's really moved at a lightning pace, and city staff have been particularly exceptional in bringing this forward so quickly. The learnings that Auntie Joan told us have been really foundational to BC Housing's journey as well, and thinking about reconciliation and our Indigenous populations who are facing the utmost housing needs, particularly in this community in the Snuneymuxw territory. We're ready to go. We need still Treasury Board approvals, but this project is a very high priority for BC Housing and our redevelopment team to build public housing on public lands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lindsay, the City of Nanaimo speaks, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to clarify that, certainly you're used to seeing me sit here as staff, but I'm sitting here tonight as part of this team, and really appreciate this opportunity to sit with this group as a knowledge partner. And we've shared a lot of experiences and a lot of challenges along the way, but we're really excited about being here this evening and sharing with you the outcome of that process and the plan. I would say to you, Your Worship, when we started this, I think we talked to council about we could all go off and develop individually on our own, but there was a benefit of bringing the properties together and a benefit of working together for something greater. What I didn't expect, I think, is when I started that, is also bringing together the knowledge of the different partners and the experience. And you heard about in the video about that Indigenous lens on top of the Western lens, and I think it truly working together. It's a better project that we're proud to share with you. This evening, Your Worship, the video did a very good job of talking about principles, but I would just remind everyone that the MOU also talked about the outcome or the goals, having a location and type of housing and options that are suitable for the site and area, an integration of parks and rec services, and an incorporation of community services, including health, potential libraries, daycare. So I think all of those things are potential in the plan. So I think those goals of the original MOU have been met. The other thing, before I wrap up, the other thing I'd want to mention, Your Worship, is the four of us get to sit up here tonight, but there's a whole cast of staff behind all of us from all of our different organizations who've had a significant amount of involvement in this project. Some of them are here with us this evening, and any one of them are experts on the topic and be happy to speak, I'm sure. In Your Worship, finally, it was council that's supported the city and the city staff going off on this role and authorized us, and I think it was yourself, Your Worship, that signed the MOU back in 2019, if I recall. So certainly it's been through the support of council, so thank you for that, for allowing us to take this journey. So at this point, I think part of my job is to turn it over to Laura, I believe, who's going to, Laura Beveridge is here, and she's our consultant who's worked with us. She's from the Puni Group, and she's going to walk you through a little bit of the outcome and the vision of the plan.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lindsay. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. So as Dale said, good evening, Your Worship and Council. My name is Laura Beveridge. I'm an associate and senior planner with Puni.
Don't be shy about leaning a little closer into the...
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, it feels loud to me. So we've been the project managers for Tutuxton. And you've heard from the knowledge partners and their experiences with this project, and now I wanted to share a little bit about the outcome. So I'm going to highlight some of the key design elements. But before I begin, I do want to underscore, this is our first cut of the design. It's conceptual, but we're going to talk a little bit about some of the key driving factors. Okay. So this image shows Tutuxton in its broader context and relationships, just to help people get oriented. We're at the intersection of 5th and Georgia. The next slide highlights Mount Tutuxton. Now, maintaining this view was a foundational element of the design and site planning, supporting stronger connections to the land. This slide highlights the significant public open space that permeates Tutuxton. Now, this open space concept was a critical component of the design for several reasons. Not only does it recreate a space for all living things, human, plant, animal, to coexist and learn from each other, but also provides a new opportunity to connect land, language, culture, and people through a range of active and passive nature-based spaces for all ages and abilities. This slide highlights the gathering space, which complements the open space and provides a space for the community to come together, supporting an inclusive environment and social belonging. The details of this space will be determined later, but could include a childcare or social support services. This slide highlights the possibility of an alternative learning school operated by the Nanaimo Ladysmith School District. Now, this image shows us a view of the internal courtyard, public space, and gathering space and plaza. And this is an important image because it illustrates how the land has really guided our process. So the grove of trees in the foreground are actually existing trees, and the proposal has been designed so that they can be retained in place, with the goal of placing nature at the center of our value system. There's also been careful consideration of sustainable features like constructed wetlands and ponds to support stormwater management. Oh, whoops, sorry. Now, this slide highlights the 100% rental housing, which ranges from non-market to market and will include accessible homes. At least half of these homes will be family-sized, ranging from 2 to 4 bedrooms. And the goal of proposing this range of housing options is to support a safe, accessible, and inclusive space for the broader community and future residents. So I'm now going to pass it back to Auntie Joan, who will make some concluding remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions after that time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Brown, please.
Your Worship, again, I can't stress how overwhelming this whole process has been, and we're hopeful that everyone will bring us back to the land in a meaningful way, back seeing her beauty and how she's here to guide us and really understand what it means to take care of one another, to be one family, to know how to walk differently. You know, the siloed approach is something that's been so harmful to our organizations. And that's why we think this model is so profound, that we're really, really, truly walking in two worlds, embracing the strengths of each of the organizations to again affect meaningful change. We know that these times are really difficult, and hopefully that with the strength of the land and the resiliency that we can gain from her, that we're going to find a path so everybody's going to stand tall and move us away from that notion of survival, but from an ancestral lens that we're all going to thrive. No one is going to be left behind. So many times we have just lived on how can we survive. Awa. Not anymore. Time has come, and it's through leadership like yourselves, our respective council, our school district trustees, that have said, we want things to be different. We have the skills, we have the knowledge, we have the beautiful land. and the love and the care for each other that everybody is thirsty for. How do we get what we have? And it's by turning our attention to the land and understanding how to walk differently with one heart and one mind. It's an amazing project, and thank you for your support and your commitment, creating that space so that we could walk together. Haitzapka, Siamansiaya, Haitzapka.
Thank you very much. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. Thank you, Auntie. Really appreciate it. I remember sitting with you back about 5 years ago when we were just coming up with this concept, and to watch it grow into this is amazing. And I really like the fact that there's family homes. My questions to the presenter. As myself and Councillor Eastmer sit on the accessibility committee, will there be a lot of accessible units? And if so, will that go to our committee so that they can look at the plans and suggest improvements or ideas?
So I may refer to some of my city colleagues on this one, but my understanding is the current goal is 20% accessible homes, but in terms of the process and where it would be referred, I will refer to Dale or Jeremy.
Mr. Lindsay.
So, Your Worship, I just had to check with Mr. Holm, who has the answer for everything. So there's two things going forward. I just want to make sure I give council the right answer. So there's actively, council's considering a requirement for adaptive housing as part of all new projects, which if adopted could apply here. We've also heard that the province themselves are considering adaptive housing as part of the next building code change, which might not only apply to this project, but would apply to every project. But other than that, I don't know if there's anything from BC Housing that they would have to say, either Ms. Peters or Mr. Bevan, on normal accessibility unit requirements in their developments.
I'm going to defer to Ms. Peters, who hasn't had a chance to talk tonight, and then Mr. Bevan. Ms. Peters, please.
Thank you, Worship, and through the chair, hope all can hear. Yes, BC Housing is actually looking at our a new accessibility strategy, not to only address those with challenges of mobility, but also with those with sensory challenges, challenges with neurodiversity as well. And a new one for me was temporary versus permanent, meaning perhaps you're in a car accident and you're in a wheelchair for 6 months to 12 months versus a lifelong chronic condition, and adapting or accommodating those and those kinds of needs. So we're looking at all kinds of design innovation that will help address better comfort for our residents. So any new innovation or any new best practices we will be looking at to install in this project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Bevan, nothing to add. Any other questions? Councillor Thorpe and then Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, if I may, perhaps building on Councillor Armstrong's question, thank you very much, everybody, for your presentation. Very exciting, and appreciate your work on this. My question is, and perhaps it's premature, but how will it be determined who qualifies to live in this facility? The report mentions affordable housing, it mentions supportive housing. I heard market value, I heard below market. How is that going to be determined? Can you give me an answer?
Mr. Bevan.
So approximately 20% of the units will be replacement units for the Sanala community, which are currently living off-site. And so BC Housing's first and foremost obligation is to house all of the tenants that have been displaced in new housing at the same rates, which are deep affordability. And then the secondary priority will be determined by the society or partner that works with BC Housing to implement this. This is likely the Snuneymuxw Nation, who we see as the long-term lead of this project. That we're working hand in hand with. So whether or not Snuneymuxw has a certain way of choosing tenants, or if Snuneymuxw would like to be working with the BC Housing Registrar, and the way that we prioritize folks in our registry is still to be determined. But again, the first and foremost priority is making sure that the displaced tenants are rehoused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perino. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I could listen to Joan Brown all day. You're so inspiring. Thank you. And thank you for everyone for being here. I wondered what the major barrier is at this point. I realize there's layers of things that have to be done. Is it the Treasury Board that we need to get the shovel on the ground? So I'm just wondering what's the major barrier before we get the shovel going?
Well, after municipal approvals, we need to get financing secured, and yes, the Treasury Board is the key milestone for that. Other acronyms, PPA at BC Housing, Provisional Project Approval, and Final Project Approval come with the Treasury Board asks, those will commit the equity, but the overall program has an allocation from the ministry, and they're fully aware of this project and very supportive of it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Peters.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the chair to both councillors, I just wanted to address just one point on intake and who we rent to. Suffice it to say, there is an income test even for what we call the market units. They are market rate, but you do still need, they are focused on middle incomes and looking at, I'll say in an all catch-all phrase, workforce type housing, really meeting those family needs in your community. On the second point on what's our barrier, we do need some time aside from permits and approvals for funding. It's the engineering of these buildings. There's a concept design before you, but they will take some time to actually engineer it, codify it, and make sure we can actually send it off to the constructors who actually fabricate the building. The full engineering of those buildings hasn't been done. So that will generate and take some time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you to the presenters. I really appreciate you bringing this forward to us today. My understanding that this project is going to remain under public ownership in perpetuity. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's no intent to sell the land or any portion of the land. A land lease model might be the best structure with a nonprofit partner. The next procurement stage, given that the approvals municipally are successful, will be seeking a development partner, either a nonprofit society or construction group that the Knowledge Partners will procure together.
Just curious, because in the past we've seen government funding of affordable housing in the 60s, 70s, and 80s that then flips into private hands and becomes market housing. And I'm wondering if there's going to be some kind of covenant on this project to ensure that it is never privatized and is held publicly for the purposes that it is being funded and built for.
I'll defer to Cheryl.
Ms. Peters, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. We have not been given any permit from the current government that we are allowed to, as they say, dispose of title. Even if we subdivided for ease of registering mortgages, that still does not permit us to actually sell title to anyone for these redevelopment sites. So to answer your question directly, no, we don't have a covenant on title, but we don't have any direction that allows us to sell, as some perhaps more well-known properties in the city of Vancouver. That has not been given to us as far as mandate.
Thank you. That's something I'd actually like to see, because governments change hands, and if we're going to be putting money into taxpayers' money into affordable housing, I'd like to see it affordable for multiple generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any further questions. Lovely to see this kind of affection across the council table, Councillor Armstrong. Thank you very much to all the presenters. Appreciate your time tonight. This matter comes up as any of those of you who have looked at the agenda under item 12A and B later in the meeting. Again, thank you. Now we come to a motion for adoption of the consent items, and Ms. Gurry, if I remember this process correctly, I ask for the motion to approve and adopt the consent items that's moved and seconded, and then I ask for the ones that we want withdrawn, correct?
That's correct, Your Worship. And then the item that's already on there as separately addressed
Yes.
will be separately addressed.
Yeah, thank you. So a motion for approval and adoption of the consent items, moved Councillor Perino, seconded Councillor Thorpe. I'm going to, I believe Councillor Perino wishes to withdraw item 10A to speak to it. Those are the motions respecting the recommendation of the Mayor's Leaders Table. Separately addressed consent item will be the BC Energy Step Code. That leaves only the Community Fiber Optic Network, which I assume nobody's terribly opposed to. Councillor Brown, sorry, please.
Through you to whoever can answer this, what does that actually mean? Sorry, 10A2 Community Fiber Network. What does that recommendation actually mean?
That council directs staff to prepare a report in consultation with community partners and referencing the recommendations provided by the infrastructure working group that provides options for expanding and integrating the city's fiber network. I think it's fair to say, Mr. Sims, that it's talking about the expansion of the network to ensure that we can secure the kind of industry, if you will, and employment that is appropriate. I'll leave it to you to answer, though.
Thanks, Your Worship. Certainly, through you to Councillor Brown's question, it really is looking at the building on the existing city fiber network, city-owned fiber network, to ensure that our core services are maintained or expanded, we have redundancy, et cetera, and explore the possibility, the options for whether there's whether it's viable to have a community-owned fiber system, whether we want to go into the business of being similar to a telco. So it's just to explore that a little bit further.
So like establishing a utility.
I'm sorry, say again.
So establishing like essentially a telecom utility, city-owned.
That's the potential for, that's sort of the potential, yes, but it's also looking at what the city already has and expanding and ensuring that that's robust. So that's kind of the starting point, and then building from there.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I guess a follow-up then, is this a in-house report or a consultant report?
At this point, it's an in-house report, and we may lean on a consultant that we've been using for some of the communications work. Yeah.
Okay, and I guess resource-wise, where are we kind of at with that in terms of what does this take away hours from?
I don't think it takes away. We have the capability to sketch this out in-house at this point.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. I'll be voting in favor.
Thank you very much. If no further questions, all those in favor? And any contrary, none, motion carries. We're now on to the Mayor's Leaders Table 2023, July 27th, and the update, Nanaimo Regional General Hospital. Councillor Perino, you wish to speak to this? I do. Just hang on, there we go.
Thank you, Your Worship. And more than anything, to say thank you for the press conference that you held, and of course our Councillor Ian Thorpe and Ms. Donna Hayes, the incredible work that was done that day. But what's so important is I want the public to be very aware of these 4 items: to provide a letter of support to the province for a catheterization lab and patient tower at the Nanaimo Regional General Hospital, direct staff to assist with the promotion of a media campaign for both the catheterization lab and patient tower, send letters to surrounding municipalities asking for their support by writing to the province requesting a catheterization, that's such a mouthful, lab and patient tower at Nanaimo Regional General Hospital, and that council advocate whenever possible for the building of a catheterization lab and patient tower at the Nanaimo Regional General Hospital. So my question to you, Your Worship, is do we need to move it again at this table to ensure that all 4 of those are moved forward?
Sorry, do we?
Sorry, at this table, do we need to vote for this again to move all 4 of these forward?
No, it's the,
and that
Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Worship. The purpose of them being under consent item coming from the Mayor's Leaders Table is to do just that, through Your Worship to Councillor Perino. So by virtue of this being under consent item, Council will be voting for this. And just to point out item D, that council advocate whenever possible for the building of a cath lab and patient tower. I'm saying cath lab.
I know, it's cath lab is easier.
Was really important to Ms. Hayes and the Mayor's Leaders Table that come here to this table so that council as a whole, as individual council members, can do their part and use their voices to advocate whatever possible for this project. So you do not have to move it again. It's on the table now to be voted on by council.
And just to say, Your Worship, that the presentation by Ms. Hayes tonight was extraordinary, and the work that you and Councillor Thorpe did at that press conference was incredible. And the only way we're going to get these facilities is by advocating to our province. It's not that they don't want to be there for us, it's about money. And we need to fight as much as we can, because if we can get on the list, we can get those items sooner and protect the long-term future for our residents. So I'm just so in favor of this.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks, Your Worship. You know, I think this is an extremely important initiative. My question is just with directing staff with the promotion of a media campaign, and that you know, we have put significant amount of resources into advocacy and work at the regional district where, you know, this item really does sit. And I'm just curious in terms of like a necessary doubling up on resources when we're asking for with staff assisting. Is it going to be in collaboration with the work that's happened at the regional district? Is the regional district already engaged in doing this, and is this 100% necessary? Just a bit of clarification on this. I know it's, you know, you're overseeing this end of things, so just a question. Thank you.
I think, in fairness, Councillor Gesselbrock, that the wording speaks for itself. Direct staff to assist with the promotion of a media campaign. We're not anxious to duplicate anything or gild a lily unnecessarily, but I think it's important, as Ms. Hayes emphasized so well in her presentation, that we all be in this together. And that means cooperating to the best of our ability, the staff at the regional district, who have been strongly supportive, Ms. Hayes and those she brings to the table as well, and the various physicians and other medical groups in this community who are all strongly in support of this. So I think your concern is duly noted, but I'm not concerned about the wording of it or how it will be conducted. And certainly, I think it's fair to say that council and everyone involved will expect a report from time to time as we move down this road, because as Ms. Hayes emphasized tonight, we are, given the distances involved, as a most important factor in some respects, grossly underserved north of the Malahat in terms of access to necessary medical care. And I don't offer that as a criticism of any particular government or any period in history, but that's the way it's developed, and it is time to reverse that. And that's what this evening has been about in terms of Ms. Hayes' presentation and the recommendations from the Mayor's Leaders Table. So if there's nothing further, all those in favor? And any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you. The next is the separately addressed consent items, and that is the BC Energy Step Code and Zero Carbon Step Code implementation. We have a number of delegations, but Councillor Manley, I believe you, I think wisely, I might say, and I'm very supportive of this request, is going to ask Ms. Mann to offer a bit of an explanation so that we're fairly clear on what we're discussing tonight. Over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we did see a media headline that was incorrect in its reporting, and I would just like to hear from staff some clarification so that people in the room, as they come to present, are aware of the facts that this is not going to stop the installation of or the connection of gas to any new homes in Nanaimo, that people will still be able to choose natural gas or propane, or in fact have wood stoves for fireplaces, or natural gas for cooking, or propane for cooking if they wish. If staff could just clarify that for the sake of the audience, and I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome, please.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Yes, I'm happy to clarify what is before you. The recommendation is to adopt the highest level of the Zero Carbon Step Code and to advance to the next level of the Energy Step Code for Par 3 buildings. And regarding the zero carbon step code, when you get to the top level, it specifies a very small amount of greenhouse gas emissions allowed in buildings. It doesn't specify the particular energy sources. So as long as you can stay below that GHG emissions level, you're free to choose different energy sources. And then there are also some exceptions that could be made for backup heating. So usually independent redundant systems like a wood stove or a gas fireplaces are considered backup systems if they are not used to meet the space condition requirements year round. So I hope that helps clarifying that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We've had some emails with people concerned that there would be no backup in case the power goes out, and that is not the case. People will be able to have backup systems in their home. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong and then Councillor Perino.
Yeah, I just have a question. When it comes to wood stoves, because wood actually produces more carbon than oil, according to the studies from Billion Trees and Sierra Club, will our wood stoves have to be EPA approved in order to be used?
So, Your Worship, so this is regarding the emissions level from wood stoves?
Yes.
I believe so. There is a standard that all the wood stove now being sold in BC have to meet, so that's still in place.
So I'm assuming it would be the EPA standard, right? That
Yes.
meets. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, could you clarify the dates for me? Is it that the motion that we had looked at was to accelerate it from 2030 to 2024, is that correct? Or is it 2026 to 2024?
Yes, happy to clarify that through the chair. And yes, so the proposal is that we meet the highest level of the zero carbon step code by July 1st, 2024. And the provincial timeline, if we chose not to accelerate it, it will be sometime 2030.
2030.
That's correct.
Thank you. The reason why I ask it is it actually says 2026 in one of the reports, and so it was confusing.
I apologize for that error.
Thank you.
So to put it in simplest terms, what this the motions are really all around is the timing of when this is implemented. That we will either meet provincial standards by 2030, or we will demand and require in this community that the standards be met by July of 2024. Ms. Pan, that's...
I'm sorry, could you please repeat?
Just to be clear, what we're really talking about then tonight is the timing of the implementation of the standards. It's either we do nothing, so to speak, in which case the province's rules, if you will apply for July of 2030, or alternatively move up the requirements here in Nanaimo to 2024.
That is correct.
And just to be clear, my understanding was that there was support given by the building community, and I'm looking to Councillor Hemmons for this, when it was indicated it would be 2026. Is that, am I off base? I just want us, before we engage in 26 different opinions being offered tonight, if someone can clarify what the initial approval was. Mr. Moss spoke to it, the meeting.
Oh, sorry, I should probably just go back to the recommendation. So I think the recommendation here is correct. So there's the zero carbon step code that is recommended to be implemented at the top level by July 1st, 2024. And then there is the meeting the step 3 of the energy step code by 2026, January 1st. So I wonder if that's what you're referring to. And also on page 4 of the report, we did lay out the provincial policy timeline for both the energy step code and then zero carbon step code, so that you can see, how in advance that our proposals are in comparison to the provincial timeline.
Okay. Thank you. If I've inspired anyone else to ask a question from council, please do so now. Otherwise, thank you, Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks for entertaining this. I wasn't at the original GPC. So my understanding from members of the building community, the zero carbon energy step code is easier to meet. It's the step code that's a little harder because it requires more materials and different styles of building, et cetera. We had some feedback from the building community that the zero carbon step code was, we could accelerate that, we could meet that, that's okay, the demand is there. Could I understand staff's rationale for including the advancement of the step code?
Yes, through your worship. So we have gone through several iterations. So the original proposal, which is presented as option 2 in the report, were the initial proposal based on the workshops that we did with stakeholders, and at that point we felt that there is sufficient support, and so we put out a fairly ambitious plan, and after that we received some feedback specifically on energy step code. That there was a lot of comments related to the challenges and the concerns about accelerating to the top step of the energy step code could be very challenging for some builders. So we modified that, and eventually we settled on kind of accelerating to the top step of the zero carbon step code because there are many buildings that are already built to meet that standard. So when we're looking at the recent building trends and we're looking at the data, and also heard from energy advisors and developers after we have follow-up conversations. But the challenges on the energy step code is a bit more significant because it is not so much the technologies, it is really more of coordination of all the professionals, and it's the details in construction that are quite a bit more stringent. So we settled on kind of moving on to the next step for just the Par 3 buildings, mainly because we talked to the developers and builders, and many of them are doing that already. That jibe with the data that we're looking at as well. A lot of the majority of the multi-unit residential buildings are already fully electric, and they meet the zero carbon step code if we look at their actual emissions. And then when we follow up with the developers, we were also told that many of them, because of the more favorable CMHC financing currently available, they are already building to that level. So they said that they actually, this is coming from the development community in their letter, saying that they couldn't get to the top level by 2025, but they could accept going to step 3 by 2025. So we basically took that recommendation from the development community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to do something just slightly unusual tonight, and that's just remind everyone of decorum in this chamber. And the reason I'm going to do that is obviously because we've had a lot of correspondence, pro and con, with respect to the decision taken by Council at the Governance Priorities Committee meeting on July 26th. And I'm just going to remind everyone that democracy only takes place in a respectful and safe manner in this chamber if we're all respectful of one another. And that means everyone, including members of council and staff, and those of you who will be amongst the 26 delegations speaking tonight. Notwithstanding Councillor's early applause for Ms. Bhopal Singh, who richly deserved it, I might add, no cheering, no jeering, no applause, no other outbursts from the gallery. And the concept is very simple, and I think most of you will get it. Speaking in front of an audience isn't a big thing for me anymore, and most members of council, but it is for a lot of other people. And for them to express their views in a public forum like this often presents challenges, and they should be able to do so freely without fear of ridicule or support for a position that may well and is opposed by another speaker. So I'm asking everyone to remind themselves to be polite tonight, let council hear from everybody in an appropriate and fair manner, and we will all have a good evening as a result. So thank you. So let us begin with the first of the delegations. It's Carmen LeBlanc and Jason Wolfe from Fortis, BC. And to remind everyone, so I don't have to repeat it over and over again, although I will from time to time, every delegation is entitled to a total of 5 minutes. I have a timer here, and if I don't do it correctly, Councillor Thorpe, God bless him, tends to keep his eye on me. When you get to 1 minute left, I'm going to remind you verbally and probably by waving my hands that you have a minute left to conclude your presentation. And given the numbers tonight, I am historically fairly generous on the 5 minutes, but I will not be generous tonight. Everyone can do the math. 5 times 26 in my world is 130 minutes. That's 2 hours and 10 minutes of potential delegations tonight, and it is now 8:30. So, if we may, the first, please begin and welcome. It's your name for the record, and carry on. Thank you.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. My name is Carmen LeBlanc from Fortis, BC. It's a great pleasure to be here tonight with my colleague Jason Wolf on the traditional territories of the Snuneymuxw people. I think it's clear through what we've heard already tonight that the spirit of Natsamat and that we're stronger together has brought us here in a very important conversation about energy, how it's delivered to homes and businesses in your community, and the decisions that you're being charged with making require you to seek a wholesome and full conversation and information gathering. So thank you for engaging us in this conversation. I'm going to turn it over to Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. Your Worship, Council, it's good to be here again today. I would just like to clarify the clarification that was made earlier about whether gas can get in or not. Is this a ban on gas? There's a technical matter and a practical matter. We heard the technical side, and we have modeled that in some circumstances. You can model it such that you might get some gas equipment in. However, from a practical standpoint, it's unlikely, and builders are unlikely to take the extra time and effort and cost in order to meet those levels. And so practically, what we have seen is that gas does not get in. It costs more from the utility standpoint to put it in, and the customers must pay. So the effect is very similar to a ban. So I just want to put that perspective out there. But that notwithstanding, we are here to talk about climate change, and we are with the City of Nanaimo. We are looking at ways of reducing emissions, and we've taken many significant steps. But we have to do so in a manner that we can still make sure that homes are affordable, that people can live, work, and play in Nanaimo. We need all the tools in the toolbox to reduce emissions. That means using the gas and the electric grids to ensure affordable transition. Without the ability to connect to the gas grid, which will occur, as I noted, with the adoption of the higher levels of the step code, or the zero carbon step code, residents and businesses will not be able to use renewable natural gas to reduce emissions, and affordability, accessibility, and reliability will be negatively affected. Fortis BC is also an electricity provider. We understand the challenges associated with electrification. We actually conducted a study in our joint electric and gas territory of Kelowna to see what it would take to convert all our gas customers to electricity customers. The findings indicated that the electricity demand would triple the demand would triple, and rates for all electric customers from all our service area would increase by more than 100%. And this is without additional generation. Many of the policies here are advanced under the assumption that there's a surplus of renewable power in British Columbia, but there is not. We need more power, and we need more distribution and transmission infrastructure. Energy shortfalls will only mean higher prices and potentially the need to turn to other more higher carbon intensive energy options. Relying on an all-electric approach will simply make these pressures worse. But what are we doing at Fortis BC to address this climate crisis? We are making significant investments in renewable natural gas. We are the first utility in North America to have a renewable natural gas program. And renewable gas comes from organic sources like landfills, wastewater treatment plants. We capture that methane, and then we ship it in our natural gas system to customers. And by doing so, we reduce emissions for all our customers. We're also looking at hydrogen as another solution. To help municipalities reach their carbon reduction targets, we've also applied to the BC Utilities Commission for an approval to provide 100% renewable gas to all new residential buildings. This will actually exceed the zero carbon step code if approved. However, it is not yet approved. If it is approved, the emissions will be 1/10 of that of electricity. Any credible path to net zero means allowing for both the electricity and the gas systems to play their part, to work together The electricity system delivers only 1/2 of the amount of the power that's needed on cold days. The gas system delivers twice the amount of energy on a cold day, but they are both needed to make that happen. The electricity system only delivers 17% of the energy in British Columbia. The gas system delivers substantially more. We need both systems to be working so that customers, residents of Nanaimo have enough energy. So therefore, we encourage Nanaimo to keep all their options open by not supporting the zero carbon step code level 4, but rather to adopt level 1, a measure in which they can observe and see how well this is working. We further encourage Nanaimo to support the renewable gas application, as this will result in the fastest emission reductions for the city.
Thank you very much. I have a question from Councillor Armstrong.
2 questions, if I may, and the same questions will go to BC Hydro if they're here, which I think they are. My first one is, Hydro states they have the capacity. Are you aware of any capacity issues or prolonged outages and cost factors? I know when I was at the ABICC, we heard very distinctly from the mayors from Northern Ireland that they've had major outages. Zabalis was 9 days, others, and it was a huge impact on the community. Are you aware of any of those? And was Fortis impacted by that? Or I don't believe you're in there yet.
No, we haven't been impacted in our own electricity grid. On our gas side of our business, we have obviously the same customers as BC Hydro. We do note a number of examples where there have been shortages of electricity. One in the Lower Mainland affected a large hospital where there was a brownout this May for a couple of days. They had to run on backup diesel. Another example is in a multifamily tower in Vancouver that didn't have enough energy, and yet they had move-in permits. They moved in, and they actually had to be moved out during the cold snap last winter because there was insufficient electricity. Had they a backup system, that would have worked, but that did not work under their code, and that is very similar to the energy zero carbon step code, the level 4.
Okay, and my second question, from your studies, would housing costs be impacted? And we heard from you that you don't think gas could be because it would be a cost factor, but obviously if it's an individual homeowner, if they were willing to pay that cost, it could happen. But in your studies, are housing costs impacted? And I'm assuming that would be whether it be baseboard heating or electric heat pumps.
There are many options out there for builders. We heard today that there are some buildings that already have electricity as their main source, and they can do that, and we absolutely see that happening. The challenge becomes when there's not a choice. If you have a builder that's very familiar with one type of heating system, they'll put that in at a lower cost than something else. So you could make houses that actually were reasonably the same cost, whether it be electric or gas. But the difficulties come as well when you are mandating that there is only one choice. That changes costs of equipment and materials when you only have one option. Further, if there's not enough electricity or the cost to connect to the electricity grid are high. We had a developer in a project in the Lower Mainland that had put together their pro forma and allocated $500,000 for electricity connections. That came back at $5 million. As a result of that, they have shelved their project because they did not have the option at that time to have gas as heating.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The next delegation is Chris Bowen and Timothy Strush, I believe, Pioneer Fireplace. Introduce yourself for the record, gentlemen, in 5 minutes.
Sure.
And a minute warning.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Chris Bowen. I'm the general manager of Pioneer Fireplace, and this is Tim Strush. He's the owner of Pioneer Fireplace. Pioneer Fireplace is a family-owned business that has served the community here in Nanaimo for over 45 years, providing high-efficient wood, gas, and electric products. We're here to express our opposition to the proposed ban on natural gas, and to clarify that, I agree with the previous speaker that the net effect via media or just the policies being suggested here would equate to a ban. But I'd like to present the viewpoint of local businesses like ours, as well as some of the experiences and views of our customers. From the perspective of Pioneer Fireplace, a proposed ban on natural gas in new homes would result in a reduction in revenue of approximately 30%. This would be the case despite the diverse range of products that we offer, including a broad range of electric heating appliances. This estimate does not include the loss in business we may experience through wholesale division, many of the customers of which rely on new home construction for their livelihood. Despite the devastating impact the decision you are contemplating tonight would have on our long-standing local business like Pioneer Fireplace, there are many other businesses that quite simply wouldn't survive such a drastic change. The job losses would likely be measured in the hundreds, not to mention the significant loss of tax revenues for all levels of government. I think listening to the speaker earlier on the hospitals, tax revenues are of an utmost importance right now. From the perspective of our customers, we tend to hear two recurring themes when the topic of electric heat comes up, which, by the way, is often what brings people to our store to begin with. The two primary concerns are, number one, the high cost and low quality of electric heating, and number two, the unreliability of electric heating due to power failures. We all know that electricity is the most expensive way to heat a home, even with heat pumps, especially on the coldest days of the year when the heat is most necessary. Heat pumps just don't measure up. It seems that in recent times, some of the regional districts have accepted this fact, or accepted the fact that heat pumps are largely ineffective on very cold days, and as a result, some of these districts have recommended the continuing use and installation of wood stoves, high-efficient wood stoves, to supplement the subsidized heat pumps. Unfortunately, wood heating is not an option for many of our customers, particularly some of our elderly clients. Managing the wood as is necessary is not possible for many of these people. So installing a high-efficiency natural gas fireplace becomes an excellent alternative, and one that can make the final portion of these folks' lives more comfortable and more secure. This leads me to the final point I'd like to make, and that is the security that having a backup heat source, like a natural gas fireplace, can provide people. This is especially the case on Vancouver Island, where the supply of electricity is notoriously unreliable, and frequent power outages can last an inordinate period of time. Many people have commented to us about the positive, seemingly life-saving experience of having a natural gas fireplace during a powder outage. And many more come to us to purchase a fireplace simply to be prepared for the inevitable and extended power outages. This, again, is especially true for our elderly citizens. We believe that restricting the citizens of Nanaimo to a single energy source is ineffective and irresponsible. As such, we implore you all to follow the step structure that the provincial government has laid out. Assess the impacts that each step has and make the necessary adjustments to policy, with all factors being considered. We would also like to suggest that an advisory group be formed.
1 minute.
With representatives from all stakeholder groups invited to participate, the purpose of which would be to provide recommendations to this council to ensure that you are making informed decisions guaranteeing the best possible outcomes for the citizens of Nanaimo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I'm not seeing any.
All right.
Appreciate it. The next is Corey Iverson, Pacific Energy, and Paul Miles, Miles Industries. Good evening. If you can introduce yourself for the record.
I'm Corey Iverson, and Paul Miles had to catch a ferry, so we've lost him for this evening. But thank you very much, Council, for our few minutes here. And I'd just like to let you know that I work for Pacific Energy. I've been there pretty much my whole life, making wood stoves in Duncan, BC. So I can bring some information to the table. The industry that we're talking about in BC represents about 3,000 jobs. We export about $500 million out of BC a year, making wood stoves, gas stoves. It is being a major exporter, we've been able to see the impact of this thinking all across North America and for many, many years. I can tell you that introducing electrification without a reliable and easy to use backup system will fail. We've seen it in Berkeley, California. You have to give them an option. It only works that way. Or it'll be self-rectifying and they'll try to drive it back out, which is what they did. So my advice is this, is that please take all the information in and recognize that as an industry, we want to support this and that people do need a backup source of heat. I'd also like to make one comment. There was a question about carbon and wood stoves. As wood stoves burn wood, obviously the carbon's already here. We already transform it. Nothing comes out of the ground. So I think what you're really talking about is air quality as opposed to carbon addition to the environment, which wood stoves are neutral. I would also like to make a couple of comments that there is a lot of choices on how we introduce these backup sources of heat. And I think that I hope the BC government takes note that this works better together, and they will be much more successful driving this if they make options for people to, as you are, I can tell you've already had a lot of feedback on banning of the gas stoves and things like that, and there's a reason for that. And I think as an industry we can help. You got a lot of horsepower in this province to make this happen. So as everybody else said, I wish that you take everybody's information in, act slowly, cautiously, and recognize there's a lot of information on the Vancouver Island that can help you out. Duncan alone, we employ over 200 people. Valor Industries in Vancouver add another 200 people. And then there's 5 more manufacturers on top of that. So we'll watch this very closely. We'll be at every meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any questions. Appreciate the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
The next is Elizabeth, and forgive me if I mispronounce it, Beaudenot?
Yes, that was great.
There we are. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. You got it right. My name is Elizabeth Beaudenot. I am a senior lead built environment initiatives with the Community Energy Association, CEA in short. CEA is a non-partisan, not-for-profit organization that has been working since 1995 to help local governments and Indigenous communities accelerate the transition to a low-carbon, resilient future. Our work is supported by 50 member organizations and conducted by staff distributed in communities large and small across the province. As a trusted independent advisor to local governments, CEA facilitates coaching and education for both local government staff and elected officials. And with support from the province of BC and BC Hydro, we run several local governments peer networks, including one specifically focused on the BC Energy Step Code, which City of Nanaimo staff attend. As your community is a member of the Step Code peer network, we are here to provide information from the network that we trust will help and add context to your conversation. To clarify some previous comments, the Energy Step Code only regulates how much energy buildings use, but not their greenhouse gas emissions. As the implementation of the BC Energy Step Code ramped up over the past few years, multiple municipalities, including the District of West Vancouver, District of North Vancouver, City of North Vancouver, City of Richmond, Resort Municipality of Whistler, and City of Burnaby, implemented a tiered approach or step-down approach, which allowed them to also regulate the carbon emissions associated with new construction. As of May 1st, 2023, the Zero Carbon Step Code is a new addition to the BC Building Code that allows authorities having jurisdiction to limit operational carbon from new buildings. Many jurisdictions, including the ones I just mentioned, have seen this as an opportunity to step up carbon performance alongside energy efficiency as part of their commitment to climate action. On the island, this is the case for the City of Victoria and the District of Saanich, which were the first ones to set an adoption schedule for the highest level of the new Zero Carbon Step Code. We have noticed a high interest in the Zero Carbon Step Code from our peer network members and have created a cohort dedicated to the topic. So far, we've had 3 meetings and up to 23 jurisdictions attending. And prior to the Zero Carbon Step Code being announced, there was also the Greenhouse Gas Working Group, which met all through 2022 to provide feedback on the new code. And so there are multiple reasons why our members have indicated they are so interested in implementing the Zero Carbon Step Code. First, the Zero Carbon Step Code provides quantifiable metrics for tracking progress towards zero carbon emissions. This data-driven approach aligns with the monitoring and reporting requirements often outlined in community climate action plans. Second, by implementing the Zero Carbon Step Code now, local governments can showcase their commitment to addressing climate change and meeting their climate action plan goals. Third, over the years, the lessons learned from the BC Energy Step Code are that early education and engagement with industry provide the best results. The province has set a timeline for implementing the Zero Carbon Step Code, which targets EL4 or zero carbon in 2030. Those who adopt the Zero Carbon Step Code and set and communicate those targets early avoid surprises and foster a more collaborative environment with industry and with easier implementation. And finally, aligning adoption with neighboring communities has also proven effective, as it provides consistency to builders and developers who don't have to navigate moving targets in the different jurisdictions they built in. These points are some of the most pertinent that we've heard through the network. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to provide this information. And please remember, we have networks and resources for both elected officials and staff, all of which are completely free. We'd be happy to hear from you with any questions.
Thank you very much. I was just about to call the minute on you. Well done. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question of clarification, and I do apologize. It's your beautiful accent that I just had a little trouble deciphering through. So if you just take me back, you talked about the, which is our B, which require all Part 3 and Part 9 applicable building types and occupancies meet zero carbon performance level E4 of the Zero Carbon Step Code by, in ours, it's 2024. What did you say about that? That you recommend it, or I just couldn't hear what you were saying about that.
That some of the jurisdictions have already implemented a timeline for the zero carbon.
Say that again? Say that again, just please.
That some of the jurisdictions, like the City of Victoria and District of Saanich, have already adopted the timeline and accelerated adoption of the zero carbon, which is the EL4.
Okay, so you didn't have an opinion on that one way or the other, is that correct?
Yes, I'm just reporting what we have heard from the networks and from our community.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I missed something. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other questioners. The next is Patty Grand, Nanaimo Climate Action Hub. Ms. Grand, good evening, welcome. And if you can tip the mic down towards your mouth, that would be great. Thank you very much. And 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Krog. I hope I can get through this. Nanaimo Council, Mayor Krog. I'm Patty Grand, a former Nanaimo homeowner and resident since 1990, until I was renovated in 1921 to Chemainus. After supporting Nanaimo's first female mayor, Joy Leach's vision for Imagine Nanaimo, I believed I could offer my experience to my new hometown of 30,000 people. I was the vice chair of the largest regional public school board in Ontario. My trusty local constituency was 30,000 people in 1978, and my path curiously similar to Joy's. I moved to Nanaimo to get healthier, away from coal and oil furnaces. I looked down on Toronto as I moved towards the city from King Township, only to see this dreadful yellow-brown cloud hanging over where I was headed to work. I was overjoyed to hear the support of your GP committee and supporting my own recent studies of Passive House Canada design and LEED certified NISCA architect Dr. Patrick Reed Stewart and the phenomenal VIU Malaspina architect Terrence Williams for their innovations for green buildings. I've been following the toxic implications of fire retardants for over 40 years as a furniture manufacturer and designer. These have not changed. In 1992, Terry was quoted by saying, "For the past 15 years, we as architects have been exploring sustainable buildings or green architectural projects." The Port Theatre won several awards for its bubble within a bubble concept, despite the obscene challenges of facing secure footings. The Port Theatre was built at the water's edge on an existing landfill. We have historic photographs of this site when it was an inlet being used at the turn of the century. Ships were actually moored where the theater now stands. These professionals have dedicated work to the continuance of safer housing, and I applaud your ZCSC committee recommendation and urge the council to adopt this tonight. I am a member of NACAW, which you've probably heard from us a few times, the Nanaimo Climate Action Hub group, and we support the vote that you are being asked to pass tonight. Technically, the vote was for the GPC to recommend to Nanaimo Council that they direct staff to prepare the bylaw amendments for this policy change. I want to personally encourage this as a Nanaimo taxpayer for 30 years. Every fiber of my being knows the damage of fossil fuels. My last, now ex-husband, drove a fracking water truck. The stories of what he came home with were incredible and frightening. I want to encourage you to create the opportunity for healthier homes and to continue to support a safer environment for your future voters. I've got links in my comment for you. Some of the terrifying aspects I'm sorry, I also have cataracts now, thanks to my many allergies in this wonderful province. Terrifying aspects of fine particulates that impede my ability to breathe. Now nature is incapable of cleaning up the mess humans continue to manufacture. Nanaimo now has a constant pollen release status, protecting us from such allergens as has a high price, impacting on our liver, kidneys, heart, and lungs.
1 minute.
Without establishing boundaries, these resistant minuscule killers are damaging the lungs and eventually causing the death of 14,000 Canadians each year at a medical cost of over $54 billion. Black carbon particles reach the fetal side of the human placenta. I didn't know if you knew that. Your babies are being killed. Some of them never make it to birth. You can read up about this in my notes if you wish. There is nothing natural about using fossil fuels. Please adopt this carbon step. It's essential to saving people like myself, your children, and their children. They will not make it to life if we continue along this road. They don't have a chance. I'm a miracle that I made it this far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 3 seconds left. Well done. Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you. The next is Vic Bryce. Mr. Bryce, please. You know the drill. 5 minutes. Let you know when there's one left. Please.
Mayor and Council, thank you very much. I appreciate this opportunity. And thank you all for your service to our community. It's greatly appreciated. Just some fun facts tonight. I was looking at the reporting station on Labio Road. At 8 a.m. this morning, PM 2.5 24-hour figure was 30.4. Government recommends no more than 25. So Nanaimo's air today was toxic. We don't have time. Fortis tells us we have to go slow. We can't do that. For our future, for our kids' future, we have to change now. Now, I'm really pleased that on July 28th, I canceled our Fortis account. We're fully electric now. We've had heat pumps for 2 years. They're awesome, super efficient, very comfortable. It's the way to go. Now, Derek's just given me a list of 10 reasons why Fortis and their renewable gas is bogus. I mean, I'm not going to read them out. It would take me more than 5 minutes. It's just greenwashing, right? We have to go with the future. Fossil fuels are not the future. BC's on fire. BC's on fire because of fossil fuels. It's time to move. Now, the province is moving ahead slowly. You folks have a chance to be climate heroes. Let's move now. Let's make the right move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any questions. Ms. Gurry, we're going to be a while tonight. It's 9 o'clock. I'm going to suggest to council that we take the 10-minute recess and then resume at 10 after 9 then. Thank you. Everyone, we're going to have to be patient with one another.
Hey, Tiana. Hey. It sure is the coldest rink in town.
Oh, yeah, buddy! Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh.
Go, 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 go! Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, down in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
Welcome to the city's South Fork Water Treatment Plant. This is where we take water that we would collect in our lakes and rivers, pipe it, we filter it and treat it before we send it off to the city's distribution system in your taps. This facility actually does a better job than most home filtration systems. The water that comes into your home that you use every day, that you bathe in every day, that you wash your clothes in every day, is cleaner than anything you can get anywhere.
Here you see filtration in action. It's kind of like watching paint dry. There's nothing to really see. But if you look in the tank, you'll see the froth on the top. That's dissolved organic matter, and when we aerate the tank, that froths up, and that's why that's up there.
We take all the little particles, all the organic matter, any insects or bugs that might be in the water, and pathogens that we're trying to filter out, they're all gone. We filter the water using a series of membranes.
So what we're looking at here is a membrane filtration module. So when I talk about the membranes filtering the water, this is what we're filtering the water with. And while you might think that the water flows through like the baleen of a whale, it's not true. These are hollow fiber membranes. So each of these little tiny strands are hollow, just like a shoelace. And the membrane is wrapped around the outside of these tiny little hollow fibers. So these sit in a bath of water, raw water, and then we pull the water through the wall of the straw or the shoelace, and then it travels along and it collects in this vessel at the end here. And this hole at the end is where we pull the water out.
And the membranes are like an almost impermeable waterproof layer that we pull the water through. So now we're just left with clean, pure drinking water. Take care.
What we have here is the Real Ice technology that was installed at the Nanaimo Ice Center. It allows us to use cold water from traditionally hot water that we used to use for making ice. Basically, the water will come in through the bottom, go in through a vortex idea, making the air bubbles microscopic in size, which makes a better, more dense sheet of ice.
Differences that you'll see with the Real Ice is there's less snow developed, so that's easier for cleaning, and also it's a denser, harder, clear ice. So the ice skaters will certainly enjoy that. And the city plans to implement Real Ice at our other 2 arenas as well. Some of the other efficiencies we've implemented in this facility are LED lights in some areas, and we've also, in the last few years, installed a higher efficiency refrigeration system, which lowers our energy costs. Both Zambonis at our facility are now electrically operated, so there's no harmful emissions, and they're very quiet as well. So what this means for the city is that we're able to use less energy and also reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which is more beneficial to the environment.
This is a plug catch basin. We have 10,000 plus of these in the city of Nanaimo with over 600 kilometers of road. Maintenance staff can't be everywhere at once, so we don't ask a lot for the city of Nanaimo residents, but if they know that they have one of these catch basins, clear it off with a shovel or a rake. Do not use your hands. If this gets plugged, you could ultimately flood a neighbor around the corner, flood a road, which is prone to hydroplaning. And if you're lucky enough that you have a green bin, by all means, throw the compost into the green bin. And if you don't, throw it into a composting pile. It's just gonna make a lot of the roads much more clear once we have the debris lifted off. During a snow event, the catch basin can be plugged with snow. The resident knows the proximity of the catch basin, by all means, grab a shovel or a rake, don't use your hands, and clear it off again. This is ultimately gonna save you from flooding, the road, or your neighbor. You know, as much as we want help cleaning the plug catch basins off, please do not assist us by trying to unplug a culvert. Call the city yard. They have 24/7 service. It's 250-758-5222. And also there is sandbags and sand available. Just bring a shovel.
My name is Adrienne Fraser.
Thank you.
I'm speaking as a private citizen. Thank you for hearing me. Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. Thank you for voting yes on July 26. Please complete the process and adopt the zero carbon step code on new construction as rapidly as possible. In their letter to the editor of the Nanaimo News Bulletin, dated August 26th, FortisBC states that connecting newly built homes to their gas system would give people a choice on how best to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from their new home. In my view, this is wrong. Introducing a polluting substance into new buildings is not a personal choice. It's a public issue. When something is harmful to the public, whether it's smoking, speeding, driving under the influence, or polluting the atmosphere, it ceases to be a personal choice and becomes a public issue. As individuals, we all have to do our part to limit emissions, but it's discouraging to see our efforts nullified by public policies that sanction the use of well-known pollutants. When we walk down the street, we see gas intakes attached to houses everywhere, like it's necessary for them to be there. But it's not true. There are other ways to heat and cool our homes. It's encouraging that building standards are improving and that some goals for energy efficiency have already been met. But many target dates were set much too far in the future to begin with, and others have come and gone without the goals they set out having been reached, because too many new gas installations bumped up emissions. So if we can move faster by a few years, we should do it. We have to take every opportunity we can to protect the earth and not postpone. We have to stop bargaining and having conversations about implementing changes in the future. Thinking that we have the luxury of X number of years before reaching the tipping point is like driving towards a precipice and applying the brakes at the last second. Aiming for distant target dates is like children testing the limits of their parents' patience to see how much they can get away with. How far can we push Mother Earth? The year 2030 is far into the future, and the climate crisis is accelerating daily. The brakes aren't holding. We can't bargain with these powerful forces. We're playing Russian roulette. Why would we continue to bargain to find ways to keep on burning fossil fuels when we know they lead to destruction? It's horrifying to see the world that our young people are inheriting, a world in flames with waters so warm that the fish and the corals are dying, where it's become commonplace to see millions of people forced to abandon their homes and even their homelands because of unspeakable climate catastrophes. The euphemism climate change doesn't begin to describe the horrific reality of climate devastation. World leaders are leading us to cataclysm. Look at where their learned conversations about measured and gradual timelines have brought us. We're a small city, but we can lead by example. The zero carbon step code is a positive step. It's late in the day, but it will give us some measure of hope in these terrible times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Not seeing any. The next is Marcia Flad, Extinction Rebellion.
This is a picture of the fracking wells of BC, 31,000. Fortis has
And if you
said,
could just introduce yourself for the record.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm Marcia Flad, and thank you for having me. Fortis has said that they can provide 100% renewable energy, gas, to houses. They have the potential to produce 0.3% of the gas. That would be like taking one little dot from this map and combining it to all of it and calling that 100% natural renewable sources. They are not telling the truth. And we really have to check on how often this happens, because our future is at stake. I will explain a little bit more about the fracking process.
May I suggest politely, if you put that down, we'll probably pay more attention to what you have to say.
Oh, okay. Well, just remember this. Thanks. Oh, I know. I just wanted to say one more thing. There is a fire area, a forest fire that is the largest fire that's ever happened in the history of British Columbia. It is right in here. It is called the Donny Creek Fire. It is burning out of control. Nobody can do anything about it right now. And the fracking is right there. We could take all these red dots, and in 10 years, they would all be flames if we continue on with this insane practice. Pardon me. Okay. There are 30. If somebody had a farm living in this area, and a person from Fortis came up and said, we will offer you some money so that we can frack your farm, and they said, I don't want my farm fracked, they would go away and come back with a piece of paper, and that farm would get fracked for free. And that's the way it operates. The water that they extract from this area would fill 36 Olympic swimming pools for just one well. That water gets poisoned with 700 toxic chemicals. They are radioactive and they are carcinogenic. There is barium, strontium, and benzenine are some of them. Only 5% of this water is reusable. The rest have to be stored. Some of it is stored in tanks above the water, and a lot of it is pumped down into old wells. And they say that it's safe because it's 1 kilometer below the ground. But they have tested Indigenous women who are pregnant, and they find that many of these chemicals are in their systems because they are the ones that eat the plants that grow in that area. So this water is seeping. It is not being contained in those wells. So that's that. Okay, so I worked it out, and if each well was used just once, there would be 1,110,420 Olympic swimming pools full of toxic water. That's how much would be unusable. And these wells are used more than just one time. So we are looking at an aquatic catastrophe. We are already in a drought zone in British Columbia, and this water is continually being sucked out of the system. Oh yeah, and the beginning of fracking, when they go into fracking, I'm just saying how these fires get set up. When they go into fracking, a road is built, but it's not big enough because they're bringing huge pieces of equipment in. So they have chains that go out 10 feet on either side of the road, and it just mows down all the brush on either side of the road, and it is left there to dry and become kindling for the fires. So we have an open space now where the winds can blow through, where lightning can strike, and when you think of all these wells that are here, they all need a road to get to. So it is raising the nature of the area. The old wells that are unattended are leaking. Some of them leak, and so that adds more fuel to the potential of the fires. And the result is a raging fierce fire. The carbon footprint of the fires that are happening up there is enormous. It heats the climate, it dries the earth.
Thank you for your presentation. We do appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any questions? Not seeing any, thank you. The next is Bruni Bruni. Good evening, welcome. You know the drill.
Good evening, Mayor Krogh and honorable councillors. Bruni Bruni here again to plead for a no gas in housing development. I strongly encourage the city to become a no LNG city. France, Britain, Scotland, Spain, and many other countries have already banned LNG, period. Living with gas in your home is like living with a chronic smoker. It's very, very unhealthy. Maybe that's why we have a doctor shortage, because people are so unhealthy. Nanaimo's global green plan is not up to snuff. Cars are still roaring down the main street, spewing poisonous cancer gases in the air while people are sitting and drinking their coffee. Trees are continually clear-cut with development. Every day a tree goes down in Nanaimo. Every day. Public green spaces are gated and narrow, dangerous bike paths squeezed in between parked cars and traffic. It's sad. The people profiting from gas, they're citing, oh, it's going to be so great for the economy. Money, money, money. Oh, yes. Big money in raping the planet. Big money in consuming huge amounts of water. Huge amounts of good water and turning it into poisonous, radioactive waste. Our government, our NDP government that allows this to happen, also tells us to conserve water. The people that you make live on the streets of Nanaimo, they conserve water. They have no access to water, unless you want to count that one little drip beside the one toilet that's downtown. We must change our constructive habits. We must leave a green and blue planet for our children. Your children, Peter. Your children, Ben. Your children, Aaron. At least consider a backup solar on every housing development. Rooftop gardens and communal space instead of parking for every car. We must leave what's in the earth. So God help us. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any questions. The next speaker is Timothy Godot, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Timothy Godot, Godau. Unless he's coming in virtually. All right, if he shows up, we'll let him speak. The next is Liz McDowell, Stand.Earth. There you are, Ms. McDowell, on the screen. Good evening. I hope you know the drill. 5 minutes. Introduce yourself. 5 minutes. I'll tell you when you have a minute left. Thank you.
Great, you got it. Thank you so much for having me. So my name is Liz McDowell. I'm the Senior Campaigns Director with environmental organization Stand.Earth. I'm also a parent, a climate advocate, and a BC resident. I'm here on behalf of Stand and our nearly 4,000 community members in Nanaimo to show support for your leadership in passing a strong zero carbon step code policy for new buildings. In the middle of a wildfire season is record-breaking, and as devastating as this one has been, I don't need to tell anybody here that we need to be doing absolutely everything in our power to address one of the biggest causes of climate change, which is burning fossil fuels. In BC, gas used in buildings currently accounts for 12% of all greenhouse gas emissions, and in cities that number soars to well over 40%. The best way to address these emissions, stop burning gas in buildings. In fact, numerous studies have found that installing highly efficient electric heat pumps and electric boilers are one of the very most effective climate actions that local governments can take. They are also cost effective. Provincial government data has found that in Nanaimo's climate zone, building zero carbon costs less than 1% more than building with gas heating and hot water. That's a negligible cost. So I would really encourage you to implement your excellent staff recommendations without delay. The only amendment that I'd encourage is to follow Saanich's lead and explicitly clarify that renewable natural gas, or RNG, is not a compliance pathway to meet your zero carbon step code requirements. Now, I know Fortis reps have visited this council several times, including tonight, asking for your support for their RNG proposals, and so I actually want to spend a moment addressing this head on. First of all, true RNG is scarce. RNG is methane gas captured from landfills, wastewater treatment plants, and agricultural waste, and there's only so much of it to go around. Because of this, RNG should be saved for specific cases where electrification is really hard. Think things like cement, other heavy industry, what we call its highest and best use. Pumping it into homes for boilers is definitely not its highest and best use. Fortis rep Jason Wolf, who's here again tonight, spoke to Nanaimo Council in April 2022. In response to a question that I believe came from Councillor Brown about the amount of RNG available for heating homes, Mr. Wolf said that Fortis projected, and I quote, 400 petajoules of renewable energy capacity from wood waste, from landfills, from wastewater treatment plants, from green waste, so that more than 100% of the gas used in British Columbia could be 100% renewable natural gas made in British Columbia. Now that sounds great, but it is just not true. Fortis's own study from 2021, which Mr. Wolf was citing when he spoke, acknowledges that the vast majority of projected future renewable and low carbon gas would actually come from fossil fuel derived hydrogen and from wood fiber, also known as trees, sources that may actually produce more climate pollution than conventional gas. Fortis's own data projects only a very tiny fraction of actual RNG capacity. So a question probably for Mr. Wolf is whether he was accidentally misspeaking or deliberately misrepresenting the data to win your support. Like, I don't know, you'll have to be the judge of that. One thing is clear is there are several Fortis representatives working overtime to hide evidence that electrification is far more efficient and climate friendly than gas. You may have seen recent news headlines from Glacier Media last month, revealing that another Fortis rep, Tyler Bryant, edited out several key conclusions from this very same study that Mr. Wolf cited, including one finding that an air source is, and I quote, 6 to 8 times more efficient than heating with gas. This report also said, and again I quote, in the moderate climate of southern and coastal BC, electric heat pumps can achieve GHG reductions more effectively than renewable and low carbon gases. At least that's what the report said until Mr. Bryan asked to redact it for being out of scope. So regardless of what Fortis would like you to believe, when it comes to tackling the climate crisis, moving to buildings powered by clean renewable energy is an obvious step. You have really good examples to look to right in your own backyard. As a previous speaker has mentioned, if you look at what Victoria has done, if you look at Saanich, you look at other communities across the province, you have the opportunity to join them while making your built environment healthier and more climate resilient. I really strongly encourage you all to pass the Zero Carbon Step Code without delay and to exclude RNG as a compliance pathway. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions. The next is Patrick Canning. Patrick Canning? Online? Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Canning. And if I may, you've got 5 minutes, and at 1 minute, I'll let you know you've got a minute left. If you could introduce yourself for the record, please.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. Thanks to everyone here and also to Nanaimo First Nation. My name is Patrick Canning. I live on Gabriola Island with my young family. I'm a lawyer focused on environmental law. I've been practicing in BC for 11 years. I'm not here representing anyone, just myself and my family. I've been involved in environmental matters since Clayoquot 30 years ago. And I'm going to first read into the record my friend Dr. Jane Goodall's letter to Council, and then make a few brief comments. The letter. Dear Mr. Mayor and Nanaimo City Council, I have visited Nanaimo on a number of times and spent many hours in Wildwood Forest. What a beautiful part of the world is in your care. I have been informed that BC has begun the Zero Carbon Step Code and that your city is proposing to move faster towards zero carbon housing. This is fantastic news and I congratulate you. I just hope that others will adopt similar policies because otherwise we are doomed. When we think of what is happening all around the world, the heat waves and terrible fires, the storms and terrible floods, it is wonderful to know that you are taking a lead. It is, as you have not only realized but acted on, desperately important to transition as fast as possible from polluting fossil fuel to renewable energy. We have not been borrowing from future generations, but stealing, ever since the Industrial Revolution. And it is no wonder that so many people, including young people, are losing hope. And without hope, we fall into apathy and do nothing. It is important to share news of all the good things that are going on so people can say, well, if they can do it, so can we. So let us hope that BC moves ahead with the proposed plans to clean up its act. Then we spread the news and other cities, states, even countries will have a great example to follow. With all good wishes, yours sincerely, Dr. Jane Goodall. I have a few comments of my own. First, I want to correct an earlier comment by one of the speakers that burning wood is carbon neutral. That is has largely been debunked and is pretty inaccurate. In the big picture, there's a lot going on regarding climate change, as other speakers have pointed out. There's fires, floods, storms, more fires, more smoke, and we can't do everything. We can't save houses in the Shuswap. We can't go back in time and save the many people who died in Lahaina, Hawaii. We can't go to Italy or China and rescue people from rivers running through city streets. And we can't go to the Northwest Territories and help people get out of remote communities. We can't do everything. It's pretty crushing. But there are some things we can do. Today, we can do this. You can do this. You can pass the Zero Carbon Step Code and exclude RNG. This is your thing that you can do for the future, for my two young daughters, for all children, to make things better. There are people who here tonight who want to take that thing away, convince you that you shouldn't do it. I've been in the environmental movement a long time. And when people want you not to do something, they have good stories to tell. They'll say things like, it's not important, it won't really help or make a difference anyway, and you can do it later. Don't believe any of that. These are serious issues, and climate change is not going away. This is your chance. Be bold. I'll yield any remaining time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation? Again, not seeing any. Appreciate your time tonight. The next is Edwina Boak. Boakey? Boak, good. I was right the first time. Welcome. Introduce yourself for the record in 5 minutes, please.
Okay.
Your Worship and Council members, my name is Edwina Boak, and my husband Jerry and I own Flamerite, which is a gas installation and service company here in Nanaimo. We've been in business now for 18 years and have lived here for 35. We would like to address the latest council idea, which is banning the use of natural gas products being installed in new single and multi-family homes as early as next year. Now, we don't do new homes, we do re and re mostly, but I do understand what it can cause to people who do new homes. It was detrimental enough last year when the BC government upped the PST from 7% to 12% on all gas appliances, but forgave the PST on heat pumps and all components needed for them. This was actually a form of prejudice, it seems to me, against gas contractors. This ruling will be handicapping some new homeowners' decisions, as they will not have a choice in what system can be used in the new homes, either with the heating, hot water, range, and let's not forget the gas barbecue we all like to use. Do we actually have the infrastructure in place for all this electric usage that is going to be needed in the next 5 to 10 years with heat pumps, electric cars, etc.? Personally, I doubt it at this point in time. So what is your idea to heat your house when the power goes out and your heat pump is no good? Because it will not work. You have to have some type of backup, and a gas fireplace at least will do that for you to keep the house warm. We do all realize global warming has to be taken seriously, and many of us work to that end, but I would like you to answer me this if you can. If this new ruling is passed, and if I buy a new home, and I want to put natural gas products into it at my expense after I move in, will I be able to? Will anybody be able to? Has the council come up with any ideas yet on how this ruling will be enforced as after these homes are built? Have you also thought that the trickle-down effect with the thousands of jobs that will be lost within Fortis, gas contractors and home builders and elsewhere? Because that is what is going to happen next year if this ruling is brought forward. What happens when BC Hydro is the only supply source? And yes, I know Fortis does some electricity, but BC Hydro is the main component here. Do we all get to watch the prices of electricity soar? If this ruling is brought forward to next year, rather than when it is supposed to happen, which was slated further down the road, a gradual change overall, it would at least give builders, homeowners, and heating contractors the chance to come to terms on how this is going to affect them. So perhaps a modicum of common sense and logic needs to be applied before this ruling becomes the status quo. Lastly, and on a personal basis, because this is personal for us, this company is our retirement fund, as it probably is for many other HVAC companies in town. And we had intended putting it up for sale next spring. So what I want to know is this: which of you good people on council, if you pass this, want to buy a gas company? Because we will not be able to sell it next year if this is rushed through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any questions. Appreciate the presentation. The next is Carrie Ann Cody. Ms. Cody, you know the drill. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. I'm Carrie Ann Cody, CEO for the Canadian Home Builders Association for Vancouver Island. Something I think all of the speakers can agree upon here tonight is that we are in a climate crisis. With it brings industry challenges and an increased demand on high-performance homes. We need to reduce our impact. As an industry, we are responding. We agree something needs to be done, but as a colleague of mine put it, something needs to be done to reduce our impact on the climate as soon as possible, but also as soon as practical. I'd encourage you to look at the three parts of the motion uniquely to themselves to ensure that the mitigation, that they don't have unintended consequences. So for the first motion, or for the first part, for Part A, that Council directs staff to prepare zero carbon step code and required that all applicable building permit applications meet the measure only level E1 upon bylaw adoption. We are in full support of this. We think that the best thing to do is to have data to make decisions. So full support of being able to have a year of measurement. The second part, requiring that we move to EL4 of zero carbon by July of 2024. We ask that that is not enough time. It is not enough time to collect the data. Earlier when we spoke in July, we heard that after this you were going to work with BC Hydro to ensure capacity. As an association, we would request that the capacity concerns be addressed before adopting that. And then C, we are in full support of C, that we require all applicable Part 3 building types and occupancies meet Step 3 of the Energy Step Code by January 1st, 2026. Step Code is a perfect example of how a bylaw can come in and be done very well. We ensured that education was there for early engagement and success. Something that we haven't talked much about this evening is affordability. Across the country, the average mortgage right now is $3,000 a month. And rent is completely outpacing affordability as well. With this being a concern of how people are going to be able to afford their mortgage, when we have a single source for energy solutions, how are people going to afford to heat and cool their homes? It is a real concern that we've heard from the association level. BC Hydro customers are charged one rate of this is another part that I skipped the intro too, but something that came up when we had a minister visit about 2 years ago was the 2-tier rates for BC Hydro. And that sometimes when doing so, heat pumps are unfairly targeted, essentially, and that they can end up costing more because of the 2 tiers. This is something that the minister is aware of. BC Hydro is working diligently to address this, but this is one of the other benefits to waiting for all of the data to be collected. So BC Hydro customers are charged one rate for electricity up to a certain threshold in each billing period, and a higher rate for all electricity use beyond that threshold. This stepped rate is designed to encourage conservation. Mandating load increase, what is the impact to that? Heat pumps are unfairly impacted. So this is the pro to waiting. It's a measured approach that we ask for. We ask that you work with BC Hydro to model data for capacity and ensure capacity. Let's make the decision from a data-centric place. So in conclusion, we've heard about the urgency to act tonight. We need to call on our utility partners to come together to provide renewable energy solutions that are reliable and affordable. Centering all of our energy on electrification as a single source solution requires sufficient and effective capacity for power generation, capital works, and infrastructure collectively. BC Hydro recently told Glacier Media that power demand is now 3 years ahead of its existing capacity. Significant investment is needed. BC Hydro is working diligently to address this, and we applaud the work that they are doing. But we respectfully ask that each part of this motion that I read earlier be considered separately. Part B, not to go ahead at this time. Let's look at this again when the data supports it. This allows for time for other renewable solutions to come online. It allows for capacity guarantees. It allows for a measured response. It allows for time for BC Hydro tier rates to be addressed. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate your presentation. Thank you. Councillor Perino has a question for you, though. Please.
Thank you, Your Worship. A quick question to you, and I apologize. I missed, Ms. Cody, the organization that you're with?
Canadian Home Builders Association for Vancouver Island.
Okay, good, thank you. And then my next question is, so on the 3 parts, of course, and so you spoke about A and B, and on the part C, you are in favor of that. That can be done.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Sorry, just to be clear, you're in favor of A and C, but not B.
Correct.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. No other questions? The next is Mike McNeice. Mike McNeice, Hearth Patio and Barbecue Association of Canada. Oh, you're online. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes. Introduce yourself for the record. When you have a minute left, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. My name is Mike McNeice. I'm Director of Public Affairs with the Hearth Patio and Barbecue Association of Canada. Our members include manufacturers, distributors, and retailers of fireplace, wood stove, and barbecue products, some of whom you've heard from tonight that operate in Nanaimo and the surrounding area. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at tonight's meeting. It's greatly appreciated. Speeding up the implementation of the zero carbon step code by moving to the highest tier amounts to a practical ban of natural gas for space and water heating in new construction. And while the province does not currently include ancillary appliances like fireplaces in their calculations for the zero carbon step code, If the gas is not getting into new construction for space and water heating, the likelihood of getting gas in for a fireplace or ancillary appliance is severely reduced. Implementing the highest tier of the zero carbon step code early will negatively impact consumer choice and could ultimately restrict access to vital backup heating options like gas fireplaces. Gas fireplaces provide a clean, efficient, and affordable options for many families. And many can also provide safe heating during power outages. With the electrical grid under increasing pressure, this is a vital consideration. Additionally, and importantly, as some of our members mentioned earlier this evening, a ban would affect our industry and the local and regional economy. The hearth industry supports many good-paying jobs, not only in the Nanaimo area, but across Canada. Canadian-made hearth products are recognized for their quality, energy efficiency, environmental performance, and innovation. The products our members manufacture, sell, and service are rigorously engineered and tested. Really, it's 2023, and these are not simple steel boxes of the past. Our members comply with extensive and existing environmental regulations and are committed to addressing the reality of climate change. Addressing climate change can include increasingly renewable natural gas as part of the solution. Natural gas and propane will remain critical bridging fuels for years to come. And ultimately, consumers make choices that best reflect their lives and lifestyles. And while they may be incented by governments to make certain investment decisions regarding home energy retrofits, their choices should not be unduly constrained. Restricting consumer choice through bans is simply not the right way forward. And as other speakers have noted, following the province's timeline will allow sufficient time to monitor and measure the effects of the respective steps of the Zero Carbon Step Code. On behalf of our members, your attention to these matters and this matter overall is greatly appreciated. And I wanted to thank you again, Your Worship and Council, for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions from anyone. Appreciate the presentation. The next is Barbara McClellan. Good evening, welcome. Introduce yourself. You know the drill, 5 minutes. I'll let you know at 1.
Thank you very much, Mayor Croghan Council. I'm Barbara McClellan, and thanks for this opportunity to speak on this issue. I won't repeat what I said at the Governance and Priorities meeting in July, but I want to respond to some of the things I heard at that meeting. I hope Council, you will adopt the Zero Carbon Step Code bylaws proposed this evening. Action is urgently needed, and every action, no matter how small, counts. Change is difficult, but change is necessary, and we need to move more rapidly on this kind of change. At the committee meeting, Councillor Perino voiced a concern about the grid, and I'm sure the hydro representatives can do a better job of addressing that than me, but just from my understanding, I want to let you know that I am an active member of the Mid-Vancouver Island Electric Vehicle Association. I am not speaking on their behalf this evening, but as a member of that organization, we talk to a lot of people about electric vehicles, and one of the questions we get quite often is about the grid. Do we have enough power to serve all those additional vehicles? Will the grid handle more demand? And the simple answer, as I understand it, is yes, we do. And I think this is clear from the staff report and from Hydro's previous presentation. The grid has excess capacity now, and Hydro is accelerating the move to add more. The transition is, however, gradual, and there is time to adapt. You also might not know that people with EVs tend to charge them at home and at night when other demands for electricity are low. This actually helps stabilize the grid and requires no additional infrastructure. The water goes either through the turbines or the spillway, so other than some more wear and tear on the turbines, there's little change. Public charging infrastructure for those who can't charge at home or those driving longer distances is needed and is being added gradually. I'll remind you once again that we haven't even dipped our toes into the potential that solar power and other sustainable sources represent. I think solar is the easiest and cheapest and most flexible way to add capacity to the grid. It can be built out in a variety of ways, small and large over time. So now looking at heat pumps, their big advantage is efficiency, at least the new ones are. If you've got older ones, maybe not so much, but we're talking about new builds here. Contrary to what we heard earlier, for example, if you replace inefficient baseboard heaters with a modern heat pump, you will get heating and cooling, and you will use about 2/3 the power, and therefore it will cost you about a third of the cost. No, you will use less than 2/3 the power, beg your pardon, and it will cost you less accordingly. This actually frees up capacity, whereas if you add air conditioning to those situations, and we're needing to do that these days, it increases consumption costs. So if you're concerned about cost to homeowners and renters, helping them put in heat pumps is a good way to go. Replacing a gas heating system with a heat pump, as we did, now my experience is very different from what we're hearing from some of the people here, uses surprisingly little additional power and provides both heating and cooling. In our case, the cost was only $100 more annually. And we saved $700 a year by not having the gas, so a net saving of $600 ongoing. So that's a benefit to both the environment and the individual. With new construction that avoids gas altogether, home buyers will pay a little more to begin with, but will reap the savings year after year, all while reducing greenhouse gases. That's good financial management 101. Mayor Krog, I believe you were concerned that this somehow shifts the costs of greenhouse gas reductions onto new home buyers instead of sharing them more broadly, and I just don't think so. Nobody forces anyone to buy a newly built house. People buy the houses they can afford and that have as many of the features that they want that they can find. If they can't afford a new one, they don't buy a new one. They buy what they can afford and what works for them. I see nothing unfair about this. This is the way the housing market has always worked. You described the effect of zero carbon step code as zippy on, I guess, greenhouse gas emissions. I wasn't quite sure what that meant, but the more people that do it, the more significant the effect becomes. It is people all over the province, the country, and the world taking what actions they can, when they can, that reduce emissions. We're all in this together, and we all have to work on it. We are all responsible, and we all have to take responsibility by doing what we can. Renewable gas and hydrogen is just, both of them are a boondoggle. They are expensive and they will drive the cost of gas up. So I don't think we need to go that way.
I hate to tell you, but you've got 10 seconds left because I didn't call you at a minute, so.
Yeah, I see you didn't that. Okay, anyway, I won't go on. Hydrogen is a particular bugbear of mine. I think it's absolutely lunacy. So we need to stop burning stuff. Let's stop burning stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, not seeing any questions. And the next is Robert Bryans. Is Mr. Bryans coming in virtually? Robert Bryans? All right. Nina Rastogi, am I pronouncing it correctly? Good evening, you know the drill.
Respected Mayor, Councillor, Elders, I'm Nina Rastogi. May the land be gently handled from now on. We carry it for a moment, but time won't loan it to us for long. We don't own it. Pass it along. I used to sing another song to my students to give them solace, hope, happiness, strength, and courage. You can count on me like 1, 2, 3, I'll be there. I'm back to keep my word. My master's thesis began in Hindi. Bund bund bata sagar hai. Drop by drop, the sea fills. It means every action of ours counts. The ZCSC motion is like this. In Braiding Sweetgrass, biology professor and First Nations elder Robin Wall Kimmerer urges us to stop destroying the land and to let the land we've pillaged heal naturally. How nature comes back, we don't fully understand. You see, Every year, more money is spent in bars in Manhattan than is globally spent on exploring and documenting undiscovered species. For all the wisdom of our celebrated civilization, we still have not yet documented or discovered about 80% of the world's species. I have often heard adults say that they have done their bit for the world, and now it's up to the next generation to fix it. I have many times apologized to youth on behalf of my generation for climate change and the ravaged environment we are leaving them. I have let them know I believe those who benefited should fix this. I have always been met with hugs, tears, and most significantly, thanks for my apology. Youth are in despair because we aren't protecting their lives, their futures. To keep their options open to possible new inventions, time is important. By keeping more GHGs, including gas, in the ground, we can help future generations have resources and our biosphere to survive. They can have new inventions. I said that, sorry. Scientists say we can reduce climate change, but only if we cut our GHGs in half by 2030. We must move fast. That's only 6 years and 4 months away. The richest 10% of the world's population, likely many of us, produce half the world's annual GHGs. It's related to our consumption patterns. With an honors BA degree in economic geography, Phi Beta Kappa, economics is essentially a way of describing human behaviors and how those affect financial balance sheets. While the word economics has been used to keep power and wealth in the hands of a few, economics assumes a healthy planet. Winter, spring, summer, and fall must act normally, so crops will grow. Farmers will harvest, people will eat. But this hasn't been happening. For 35 years, the oil and gas industry has known their products are warming the world. Their scientists told them how this would affect our land, oceans, climates. Instead of phasing them out, they decided to launch a massive misinformation campaign through ads. Renewable gas is more PR and less reality. Ads are carefully designed to get people to spend money or influence building codes. Profits are to be made. Natural gas ranges and fireplaces are still in vogue, yet they hurt the planet and likely those living with them. Gas infrastructure can hurt us through housing prices, emission of GHGs, and fire. I, like Dr. Goodall, believe we've been stealing our children's future, admitting our culture's lack of timely action, and acting now is the least we can do for them. I ask you, through this ZCSC motion, to more quickly reduce impacts on nature, because whatever befall the earth befalls children of the earth. Letting nature heal and learning from the earth is how to stop the world from burning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Any questions? Again, not seeing any. Next is Robin Ward, Ted Olenek, and Tom Burkout from BC Hydro. Mr. Olenek, are you going to be the only speaker, or are the others coming online?
Robin will be the speaker.
Okay, very good.
I'm just here.
Mr. Ward, are you with us? You can hear me, or Ms. Ward, sorry.
Here's a surprise. Yeah, I'm Robin Walk. I'm manager of market transformation at BC Hydro. Thank you very much for having us at or inviting us to be able to speak today at the council. We've been with City of Nanaimo Council a number of times, and happy to continue coming to give assurance that we're ready for smooth adoption of the zero carbon step code. I believe we have some slides that maybe the person in charge can share and I can talk through. Yeah, I'll do a better job at these slides, I think.
She didn't like that one.
Next slide. Yeah, just so as a starting point, as we know that we have 70% of all the energy that's being used in BC at the moment is fossil fuels. And we know that that's untenable with climate targets. So we understand as an electricity utility the responsibility we have to increase electrification in BC and work with all our different partners and customers to allow them to access clean electricity to address climate change. Next slide. We're very lucky in BC. Other jurisdictions across North America are dealing with decarbonizing their grid, getting clean electricity into the wires. That's not the situation here in BC. We're self-sufficient with clean electricity. We're 98% clean from a carbon perspective. Next slide. And so there was questions are being asked about where does electricity come from in BC. As you'll see from this slide, we're largely a hydro powered electricity system here in BC. Very little wind or solar, unlike places like California and Texas and Alberta that have really invested heavily in wind and solar in previous years. That's pretty much an untapped market here in BC, so lots of potential for accessing more and different forms of renewable electricity going forward. Next slide. One of the questions that was asked is how come we're self-sufficient with this cheap, clean electricity in BC? It really comes down to, in 2010, the Clean Energy Act requires that BC Hydro secures enough electricity within BC to meet our system and energy capacity needs. So we have a whole bunch of electricity modelers, forecasters who are working within BC Hydro to estimate what electricity demand is going to happen going forward. So we estimate what those needs are going to be, and then we also have to add an extra 12%, which we call capacity reserve, in case there's a problem with one part of our generating system, to make sure that we meet that requirement that we're self-sufficient. So we do ongoing 20-year load forecasting and planning. So we know, for example, that even though Site C is coming on stream in 2025, which will add an extra 10% of generating capacity in BC, that the electrification trends are going to be demanding much more than that. So we're starting next year with a new call for power to make sure that we do have enough electricity for the ongoing demands for electrification within BC. Next slide. One of the questions that we are asked is how do we meet peak demands on those coldest peak days when you come home from work and you turn on the lights and the cooking and plug in the EVs, etc. Are we getting imports during those times? So while we do trade electricity back and forth over the grid, again, on average, we're actually an exporter of electricity. But during those coldest peak days, typically, thank you, typically we're using our dams. It's cheaper. And we'll go to the next slide. We had questions around trade requirements. I just wanted to reaffirm that we're a net exporter of electricity, and PowerX ensures that we have to have 100% of electricity has clean energy benefits in BC. Next slide. Questions about the grid. Is it there? Is it reliable? Absolutely. We have very high reliable grid here in Nanaimo, and we need to keep that going through the large expansion of electrical infrastructure to meet our electrical needs. Next slide. And here are some of the substations in Nanaimo. And we're really keeping track of BC ferries, car and bus EVs, healthcare facilities, and zero emissions buildings to make sure that people can be assured and have confidence that hydro's here for all electrification, including the zero carbon step code. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Armstrong has a question.
Thank you. Yeah, you sort of answered the question. I was looking at the grid when Premier Eby spoke in June 2023, saying that we need more power to run 270,000 homes as early as 2028, which was definitely different than BC Hydro's estimates, which your CEO agreed to. And they state that we need possibly more Site Cs, and we all know the issues with Site C. So how can you guarantee us there is going to be enough grid to support this? We hear from people up island on a regular basis that there's regular power outages lasting 6-7 days. Will that have an impact down here as we get more and more people on the grid, including electric vehicles?
Yeah, thanks for your question. So we have a lot of opportunity to generate new electricity here in BC. We are tracking what the trends are, which is why we're expanding and having this call for power. We're expecting the call for power in 2024 will bring other forms in addition to Site C of electricity into BC. And then from a grid reliability perspective, we absolutely need to make sure that the grid is reliable. We, again, in Nanaimo, we have very high reliability rates. In more rural areas, sometimes there's more struggles with tree outages, downs, etc. But not here in City of Nanaimo.
No, that's true. BC Hydro does, in my opinion, a very good job of maintaining their lines so we don't get issues like California or as we just saw in Hawaii. And then my second question is, I noted that you went for an increase to hydro rates, however it was turned down by the Utility Commission. Is it going to be sustainable to stay at the rates that you're at right now to be profitable?
So we're a Crown utility, so we're not looking for profit. We're looking to provide electricity in the most affordable way possible to BC ratepayers and taxpayers. We do always keep an eye on how we do that. I'm not sure where rates will go, but obviously there's always public pressure to make sure that we continue to be one of the most affordable utilities across North America.
Thank you.
And I don't want to downplay the issue of rates and costs. Certainly, we're seeing actually with the increased natural gas prices at the moment that we're very cost competitive for home heating, especially on very efficient homes which are using heat pumps. But certainly, with the scale of electrification that's needed in order to meet climate change, we really need to be thinking about how we deploy that infrastructure in the most cost-effective way.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Just to add to a point to that, if I may, we have the third lowest rates in North America for electricity, and the recent BCUC application that we had in front of them was with regards to EV charging rates. So that's what it wasn't our overall electrical rate structure, it was just for electrical vehicles.
Thank you, Mr. Olnick. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering, as part of this call in 2024, are you going to be doing anything to incentivize homeowners to install solar panels on their roofs to generate electricity in the community?
There's nothing that, Robin, please jump in, but there's nothing in this call. This call is for new generation and energy across the province. It's not at this point. That would be a policy decision down the road.
And
yeah. I should say, though, that we are looking at new programs to be able to support things like solar, batteries, etc. We know that customers are keen to be part of the clean energy transition and opportunities to be not just saving electricity in their homes, but also potentially generating. So it's something that I think we might see going down the road.
And are you examining any of the systems that they're developing? I've seen in Europe where they use cars as backup battery power for when the system goes down, people can flip a switch and use their electric car as backup power.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? When thinking of the grid of the future, absolutely, we have a number of programs at the moment where we're piloting using cars and other forms of backup to make sure that grid is as reliable as it can be, a smart grid, microgrids going forward.
It would be like anything, if I add to it, it'd be like anything, like we do have the net metering program right now where you can supply back to BC Hydro. I think with Tesla right now, they're looking at sending out a software update to their cars where they're able to do that. But right now the car only absorbs energy and isn't able to transmit it yet. It's something that each car owner or car company has to develop that they can allow to happen. But it would be available if you had a net metering with our net metering program and your house is wired properly. So just like a generator, you don't want to just plug right back into the system. You want to make sure it's set up properly so you're not going to electrify the lines if the power is out in the area.
Right. Yeah, it's just a matter of time before we have some of these solutions available to us. What about geothermal? Are there plans to have geothermal power in British Columbia? We have a lot of potential in the Columbia Trench and the Squamish area on Vancouver Island, and I'm just wondering if BC Hydro has been exploring those options.
Well, it'll be up to the private sector. I mean, we put the call out for power, working with private industry, working with First Nations across the province to come up with any solutions that they can to help us meet the energy needs. I mean, certainly when we're going to put out calls for power, we're not going to be, all due respect, we're not going to be looking for more gas to burn. We're going to be looking for wind. We're going to be looking for solar. We're going to be looking for geothermal. We're going to be looking for those green sources of electricity.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Not seeing any other questioners. Appreciate the presentation. The next is Deborah Vandergoes. Good evening. I think you know the drill by now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for inviting us to speak. And I speak as a citizen of Nanaimo and in favor of quick adoption of the BC Zero carbon step code. Others will remind you that of your 2019 climate emergency declaration, and all around, people are moving in different ways towards reducing our carbon levels. And in July, you voted in favor of this carbon step code. Many years while living in Cedar, Nanaimo has been my city. Early in 2020, my husband and I got to move into our newly built, not so big house in Nanaimo. Now, I have long really wanted a gas stove. I knew the gas hookup was right there in the alley. On my to-do list was, get gas hooked up. I looked forward to picking out my shiny new gas stove. I took delight in, now you are cooking with gas. Then sudden comprehension, natural gas. Oh no, it is a carbon-based fossil fuel. Why didn't I see that before? Decision, no gas fireplace for emergency backup heat, no gas hot water heater, not even a gas instant water heater. They had all been on my sure would be really nice to have list. I am personally aware of the dangers of gas. At 17, I stood in the kitchen next to my mother with her long brown hair. She turned, and instantly a bank of flames completely covered her back, and I turned and took the fire away. I still smell that terrible smell of burnt hair. Also, there is a growing body of research showing gas stove use produces indoor pollutants that are hazardous to our lungs. I love the clean air in my house. Now, I am a confident cook, but my husband is not. With an electric stove, I can say to him, put that burner on 3 and you will be fine. I love the safety mechanism which turns the burner off when the pot is lifted. And yes, we have plans on how we would manage were there to be an extended electric outage. So for 3 years, we have lived in an electric-only household, and it has been easy. It has not compromised my life. It has not been a deprivation. Are we exceptional? The value of our home and property is exactly the average value of a house this year in Canada. Our pension incomes are exactly in the middle of the average range for this year for a Canadian household income. I think we could be an example of how easy a middle-class, mid-income family can do with a house that works within the zero-step code. Our contractor was happily cooperative and in the end, rather delighted. I know I'm not alone in wanting to see the City of Nanaimo enact quickly the zero carbon step code. Dear Mayor and dear councillors, Armstrong, Brown, Thorpe, Gesselberg, Perino, Hemmons, Manley, and Eastmore, please
1 minute.
Promptly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions. The next presenter is Patrick Littlejohn. Good evening. You probably have heard the drill a dozen times by now. Introduce yourself in 5 minutes, and I'll let you know in a minute. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Council, I'm Patrick Littlejohn. I was born and raised here in Nanaimo. I have a doctorate in chemical engineering and materials engineering, and I've been a practicing member of Engineers of Geoscience BC for about 10 years or so. On my BC-based team, we provide technical and environmental support to First Nations communities that are affected by mining and oil and gas extraction. That said, I'm not representing any organization in my remarks tonight here. You all made the right decision a month ago or so when you made the vote to advance the zero carbon step code previously. And so I do applaud you for taking that action. I don't literally applaud, I appreciate the decorum here. I just want to use the time here today to talk about a few news items that have happened since that previous vote on the 26th. Here. Yeah, there we go. So on August 8th, there was the Lahaina fire in Maui that burned about 2,000 structures, and I think 115 people died. I'm not sure if that's the final death toll, but certainly a big deal there. Certainly reminded me of Lytton here a couple of years ago. Next event I want to point to, maybe someone else can do the slides, please. The following slide. On August 11th, there was Canadian officials reporting that this was the worst wildfire season in Canada, and by about a factor of 2 in terms of hectares burned. And this is not all the way through the wildfire season, of course. I mean, there's still smoke in the air right now. And so that was about 13 million hectares, 5,000 fires, 220 towns evacuated, 167,000 people evacuated from different towns. Please, the next slide. On the 14th of August, NASA noted that July 2023 was the hottest month on record since 1880. I suspect this will not be the last example of the hottest July on record. We might say that this is the hottest August on record. I don't know, but I think we'll continue in this trend for some time here. Next slide, please. On the 17th, 18th, the dates were a little bit murky, but both West Kelowna as well as the town of Yellowknife were evacuated. Neither of those towns have completely returned from evacuation. I believe some people have gone back to Kelowna, but certainly everybody is still out of Yellowknife still. It's been about 10 days or so, give or take, and that's a heck of a long way. I think a lot of people were going as far as Edmonton to get out of NWT because there's not closer, safer places to go. And now the last date that I want to mention, next slide please, is looking into the future a little bit. On September 1st, in a few days, Fortis will hand out about $275 million in a quarterly dividend. They disperse about $1 billion a year, which is profits that are directly coming from the climate crisis. And so each quarter, money that's been siphoned out of communities across this continent get transferred into the pockets of corporate shareholders, foreign and domestic. And so every new gas stove and every new furnace that's installed into homes in Nanaimo, it helps bake in this transfer of wealth out of communities, bake in the transfer of poison into our communities, and really benefits a very small number of people in exchange for the biosphere that everyone else relies on. In contrast, I think it's important to note what Robin from BC Hydro mentioned earlier, which is that BC Hydro is a publicly owned company that all of us actually take part in. It is not a for-profit company. It's something that is designed and built to provide electricity to the populace of British Columbia. And so I was born in 1983, and since I was born,
1 minute.
Humanity's cumulative GHG emissions have tripled. And so when I hear about all the slowdown and delays and doing things practical rather than possible, we are living in that world. The Kyoto Accords were in 1994, 29 years ago. So we're in the slowdown world, and that's why we have a climate crisis today. So we've wasted enough time. I'm really advocating for the council here tonight to pass this measure and really stop building homes that cater to the interests of a small number of fossil fuel people and cater to the interest of everybody else. It's time to take the foot off the gas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any questions. The next presenter is Ian Gartshore. Mr. Gartshore, good evening. Welcome. You know the drill.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Ian Gartshore here in Nanaimo. I really appreciate this opportunity to be able to address you tonight about this. Leadership. We've heard a lot about leadership tonight. Some wonderful leaders right here in our city. And it's not new. Nanaimo's been a leadership place for a long time. I want to give just one example that I've given to council before, and that is one of, in the old days when we were a coal-producing city, and think of all the lost jobs when we stopped producing coal. That isn't an argument, but it's ridiculous because we know we can do better than coal. One of the leaders, there's now a park, has been a park in Harewood for some time, representing him because his form of leadership, his name is now going out of my mind because I'm too tired tonight. Mr. Robbins, thank you. Mr. Robbins, he could see the end of coal. It was his industry, and he could see the end in sight. And so he had the vision to create what became Harewood. At that time was 5 acres, where coal people, coal miners, would be able to live and survive here in Nanaimo. He had vision. And what we need from this council is the same kind of vision as we transform Nanaimo and other cities do the same, away from fossil fuels. Fossil fuels that we know kill. I don't want to feather my cap, but as an energy advisor, I discovered a woman, a senior citizen, who was dying. Her doctors didn't know what was going on. She was dying from carbon monoxide poisoning because her house wasn't breathing enough. When she turned on a fan, air would be coming down the natural gas flue and toxifying her home. And that's just one example. Asthma rates are going up. That's contributed to by burning fossil fuel, by gas and other sources. We desperately need vision to move away from what is killing us slowly and what is killing us quickly. With all respect to companies that are operating here, I understand that's going to be painful for them when they move away from fossil fuels. But we could have emergency backup with gas, although I don't think most people are going to spend the monthly charge just for occasional bit of backup. When heat pumps can be backed up correctly by battery sources, by other sources, and even if we did have a massive outage of electricity, there are ways that we can manage that. And as for the grid, it needs to be added to a lot here on Vancouver Island, particularly in rural places. We are literally awash in energy capacity. We need to create more capacity here on Vancouver Island, something that we used to press BC Hydro for when I was part of a nonprofit organization. The city could actually become an energy producer itself. It has that capacity, that potential rather, in the province. We can do way better with electricity. I want to add one more thing, leadership. Natural Resources Canada is a leader in Canada. They test all the devices that are in our homes and buildings, and they have tested a heat pump, a European heat pump. They took out the refrigerant and put in, ironically, carbon dioxide.
1 minute.
And they tested that heat pump throughout Canada in various places. They were able to get efficiencies of 5 to 7 times what a baseboard does, even in 30 and 40 below environments using carbon dioxide as a refrigerant. It's possible. We can do it. We can embrace it. We can do this. We have to do this now. If we don't, we're looking at a future that is smoke-filled every summer, that is going to be killing more and more and more people. We cannot continue to burn natural gas, so-called methane gas. We have to make the transition. Please be the leaders that we need today. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much. Again, not seeing any questions. The next is Howard Breen. Mr. Breen, good evening. You can introduce yourself for the record in 5 minutes, please.
Good evening, Your Worship, Council. I had planned to prepare a PowerPoint tonight, but I've been busy with a number of family matters, and in my capacity as an organizer with Extinction Rebellion, the Canadian state of emergency warranted my time spent on other things. This summer is going to be, for all of us, the mildest wildfire season for the next 100 years. And for my stepmother, my 87-year-old stepmother in West Bank, it's her third evacuation notice. Her neighbors are having smoke alarms go off in their homes. Not too far away, 131 homes have burnt to the ground. In the Shuswap, it's another 180. And, you know, other speakers have talked about other emergencies that are happening at this point right now in other parts of the world. The reality is climate change is no longer a threat. It's a state of emergency for all of us. And our children are stepping up now. And I have a daughter who is a psychiatric nurse here in Nanaimo, and another that is a palliative home support nurse. And both of them are dealing with the eco-anxiety of being nurses with patients that are extremely stressed out. One daughter, not that long ago, if we all remember the Hayes Fire, Mount Hayes Fire, not too far from here, and the Fortis plant that's the tank farm that's near Ladysmith. My daughter's farm had to be evacuated in fear of losing the entire farm or worse, the Fortis plant blowing up. And, you know, that was years ago, and we are now looking at unprecedented heat waves that make that look like even a much gentler time, right? And so I urge all of you to, you know, think about your children, your grandchildren. My 6 kids some of them work in the oil and gas industry, and would be eager to transition out of that if there was an opportunity to do so. And that's the kind of opportunity that we're looking at. That's what we're discussing tonight, is a shift, a paradigm shift in how we approach our mutual survival. And if you don't do it, I'll tell you what they will do. We saw it at Fairy Creek. We saw it here in town with blockades by Extinction Rebellion, Save Old Growth. It's going to move from a state of nonviolent, classic civil disobedience to a state of chaos. And that's what we're honestly facing here today. It's like we're all in the twilight zone today, right? I think if we were really honest with ourselves, we would never have predicted that we would be having this kind of discussion in 2023, but we are. And it's time that we face that reality and begin to do what
1 minute
leadership demands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any questions. The next is James Boak. B-O-A-K. Am I pronouncing it correctly? James Boak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Sorry.
Hi.
Good evening.
Hello.
You have.
My name is James Boak. I'm speaking as a private citizen. Mayor Krogh and council members, thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I support amending the Nanaimo building bylaw to require the highest level of zero carbon of the Zero Carbon Step Code by July 1st, 2024. I'd like to use my time to tell you why. I live in Nanaimo. My fiance and I moved here last year and we bought our first home together. We chose Nanaimo to be closer to family and friends and because it seems well positioned to adapt to the climate chaos that is coming. If we all make smart decisions, this place can thrive while we do our fair share to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. A bastion in the storm. In April 2019, Nanaimo City Council declared a climate emergency and set new community-wide greenhouse gas emission reduction targets, 50% reduction by 2030 and 100% reduction by 2050. That was a bold decision. It was the right decision. And I'm proud to live in a city that takes climate change seriously. In 2022, Nanaimo published a city plan and restated your commitment to becoming a green and resilient city with equitable access and mobility. It's a lovely vision that holistically addresses the two major sources of GHG emissions in Nanaimo, burning gasoline and diesel for transportation and burning natural gas in buildings. Unfortunately, now in 2023, I would say the climate emergency is actually worse. July was the hottest month in recorded history across the world. The province has declared a state of emergency due to the wildfires, and Nanaimo's annual GHG emissions have increased. I commend the city staff for their excellent work, and they've already consulted industry experts and developed a measured and reasonable recommendation to require all Part 3 and Part 9 applicable building types and occupancies to meet the zero carbon performance level, that's EL4 of the Zero Carbon Step Code by July 1st, 2024. I urge you to listen to your staff and vote to accept the recommendation. We must not continue to build new fossil fuel infrastructure. We will never reduce our GHG emissions if we keep adding to the problem. When you're in a hole, the first thing to do is stop digging. We know how to build better. It's not hard to make all electric buildings. It simplifies the design and avoids expensive retrofits in the future. Eliminating natural gas combustion in buildings improves indoor air quality and helps avoid explosions due to gas leaks. If using renewable natural gas was a feasible or cost-competitive way to reduce GHG emissions, Fortis wouldn't be here today trying to delay this new policy. Requiring zero carbon emissions from our new construction is a no-brainer. You've declared a climate emergency, now act like it. Let's end this debate and move on to the more challenging problems facing Nanaimo, like the GHG emissions from existing buildings and our car dependency due to a city layout that practically forces us to drive everywhere. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Again, not seeing any questions. The next is Jim Lemastre. I hope I pronounced it correctly. You'll correct me, please. And again, 5 minutes, and I'll let you know in a minute, sir. Introduce yourself for the record. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving me...
Bend the mic more towards you so we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. One of the difficulties that I've heard this whole evening is so much emotion, so little science.
If you can come a little closer to the mic, it would be better for all of us. Thank you.
We've all been listening to this story for 30 years now. And around 20 years ago, I began my research on climate change, the environment. And a lot of things are not clear. The most important thing that we need to do is look back in time. Michael Faraday invented the electric motor in 1827. Same year, George Ohm developed the concept that there's resistance in the transmission of electricity. And most people rejected it immediately, but as time went on, Ohm's concepts are now considered law in physics. And when you transmit electricity, an average of 15% of the electricity that was produced is lost before you use it. And if you're talking about James Bay in Quebec, most of the electricity goes to New York. 30% is lost in transit. Many of our dams in British Columbia lose up to 20% in transmission. So let's remember that in everything there's waste. Now, the hardest thing to talk about is that 40% of the price of building a dam is burning fossil fuels. Okay? Excavators, bulldozers, dump trucks. But concrete and steel globally are the #1 producer of carbon. And what is a dam made of? Concrete and steel. So before you look at electricity as the new god, let's remember where it comes from, how it was made, how it's distributed. I'm not here as a guy that sells gas. I'm just a regular citizen that's done a lot of research over the years. And the hardest thing to tell people is that man's contribution to carbon on planet Earth is 3%. 900 billion tons comes out of the ocean. 900 billion tons is from biodegradation. 6 billion tons is human produced. That's 3%. And what you're talking about in this room today is trying to meet the Paris Accord and reduce human production by 20%. What's 20% of 3%, folks? 0.6%. 0.6%. The forest fires this year alone in North America have produced 150% of North America's carbon production in 1 year. And this is forest fire season, what, 3 or 4 months? It has produced 150% of the carbon humans produce North America-wide. Nature cannot be ignored, but we all do. These emotional presentations about, man's got to clean up his act. It's
You've got 25 seconds left, sorry.
I beg your pardon?
You've got 25 seconds left, sorry.
So what I've done is, if you look up my name, environmental papers, this is some of them. There are 23 of them on Academia Jew, and you will find most of the statistical data that backs up my statements from tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sorry I didn't warn you in a minute. I'm getting a little tired. I suspect everybody here is. And the last delegation is Jeet Manhas. Please. Mr. Manhas, good evening. No stranger to the council chamber.
I thought I was not going to make it before 11 o'clock. Your Worship and councillors, my name is Jeet Manhas. I live at 5381 Jacobs Lane. You heard a lot of speakers already on this topic, and it's already late in the game. I'm a small builder in Nanaimo, building homes in Nanaimo for the last 20 years, and providing a good energy-efficient homes to Nanaimo community in the last 20 years. And most of the builders I know, they also build more energy-efficient homes in Nanaimo. The question today is, like Carrie Ann and some of the other speakers said, I don't have any problem with item A. I don't have any problem with item C. I have a problem with item B. I'm not saying that we need to wait till 2030, but you heard from even BC Hydro. I was sitting back there listening from my friend Ted and his buddies. Even BC Hydro is not ready for that. And they couldn't answer some of the questions Councillor Manley was asking, some of the questions Councillor Armstrong was asking, because they were not ready. So for item B, I suggest that we postpone till we have more information on that topic. And even staff, I was confused. I was gonna go home. I said, hey, I think staff is doing what the province wants to do. But then I was listening. Even the report was not clear to your worship, because you asked that question twice, 3 times. And Councilor Brino, you asked the same question. Are we moving the target date from 2030 to 2024? Answer was, not really, but it is in the report. It says we're moving the target date, which the province has set for the EL4 zero-step code by 2030, and we're moving that up 6 years. We had about a year on that to work on it, and so is all the other companies to work on it. But as a builders, we knew that 2030, so we were preparing for that time for the next 4 to 5 years. Do we have to wait for 2030? I don't think so. I think the builders will be ready before, but this is a little too soon for us. So I'm hoping that the council today not cancel it, delay the making a decision on that item till we have more information from BC Hydro, from Fortis, and plus the Home Builders Association you heard earlier. So, like I said, it's already late. You all want to go home, and you still got quite a few items on the agenda. Thank you for your time. Hopefully, last speaker always leave the good impression on. Thank you very much.
Mr. Manhas, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, unless Timothy Godot or
Thank you.
Robert Bryans is showing up. They were on the list. Then that finishes the delegations. Council, I'm got 3 speakers. Gesselbrock, Eastmere, and Manley in order, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. We've been here for some time now and appreciate all the speakers, and just to get things moving along, I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
The seconder, Councillor Brown, do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you. I think just stepping back at the big picture, there is sort of a limit on how much stuff we can burn in the atmosphere, and it's been pretty clear around all the international accords. There's targets that are set to limit global warming by 1.5 degrees Celsius. Past that point, you start seeing catastrophic changes, increased extreme weather events, forest fires, floods. You know, the insurance company numbers are already showing that society is paying dearly for it. And there's a basic concept of fair share. Everybody, every level of government and organization needs to take their fair share responsibility for reducing their emissions to meet these targets to avoid these catastrophic changes. So City of Nanaimo has set these targets. We actually started doing it back in 2010. And to reduce our emissions, I think 30% below our 207 levels by 2020. We hit 2020 and we were 30% above what those targets were. Our emissions increase even outpaced population growth by about 11%. And the big reason was because the huge change from the 90s on switching over to natural gas and heating. 30% of our emissions from Nanaimo come from natural gas heating from buildings. And if we want to make an honest go at trying to meet our targets and do our basic fair share of responsibility, we have to put in place measures to reduce that. And even though, as you know, one speaker has said, this is a small part of actually what we have to do, but it's an absolutely necessary one to limit natural gas from new buildings and retrofit from old buildings. So if we want to be sincere about the targets that we set, this is a necessary policy that we need to put in place if we want to have a shot. And the more that we delay, the more unrealistic our targets are, and the less shot we have taking responsibility for our fair share of emissions. And so when City of Nanaimo is looking at places in China to take their fair share, and we can't do it in this type of country where we have the technology to switch over to electric heat, where we have the actual capacity to go do this. Nobody's going to take us seriously, and nobody's going to do anything. And so it is important what leadership that we do here, and this is a small step to do it. And I've heard very clearly that this is feasible. Although they weren't here today, there was builders and developers, and we did, an engagement process that said, yeah, this is possible. There's not much of a cost difference anymore. Maybe it was different 5 years ago, but it's pretty cost competitive to switch to electric. We also heard very loud and clear that there's two processes: the energy step code, which makes buildings more efficient, and then also just the zero carbon step code. And to go to the level 4 and 5 of the energy step code is very expensive, and the developers and builders are like, it's not worth it. We want to try to keep things affordable. And the city actually has compromised on that, and we're not going to ask for level 4 and 5. We're going to follow the provincial timelines. But from what we've seen from our energy modelers is that you can make houses as efficient as you want, but if you're using natural gas to heat them, you're never going to lower emissions. And so if we want to be taken seriously for the targets that we've set and do our fair share, we have to engage in this policy. And I've got no doubt that it's possible. There's, a year lead up. Saanich and Victoria have done this, and so it's going to allow policy consistency more on the island to give builders and developers, a consistent expectation so that they can set accordingly. And yeah, there are some changes and some impacts. It's going to be a big win for providers of heat pumps and that, and other industries are going to have to adjust and shift. And that is the natural process of how we run our economies. And so I do think that there was a lot of clarity that this is, again, a small proportion of what we actually need to do. And we spent a lot of time on it, discussing and debating it. And I think that there's been a certain form of denialism of the actual leaps that we have to make. And when we hear things of delaying time or putting forward solutions that aren't really solutions, we got to cut through that and just get down to business. And so I fully support this, and I urge the rest of council to do this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eastmere.
Thank you. I'm really appreciative of everyone who took the time to write into us. We received an overwhelming number of emails, both personalized letters and form letters, and I consider both valid because at the end of the day, it's really about sharing your stance on the issue. And I think we heard crystal clear from residents in this community that they're dedicated to working towards a more sustainable future. And really kudos to everyone who's still at this meeting tonight. It's really late, and you're demonstrating your commitment to this issue, and you're here late because it's really important. And we have an actual opportunity tonight to tangibly demonstrate our commitment to our own climate action targets that we've already set, and as well as the health and future viability of our whole planet. And we've heard from residents and business owners and developers and builders and energy providers who are saying, yes, it's doable, it's desirable, and there's no time like the present, because literally there is no time left to make decisions like this. Like, we're in a climate crisis, we're seeing it, and we have to make these high-level policy decisions accordingly. So it's really not an easy decision tonight, and change is really hard, but it is about leadership and doing our part and doing what's best for future generations, and I believe it's our responsibility to vote yes tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Manley, and then Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. We've heard really clearly from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which represents 195 countries, thousands of scientists and experts, that we are on the verge of too late to do something about climate change. As a country, we punch way above our weight in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. We are a top emitting country, and we are, per capita, the largest wasters of energy and emissions of greenhouse gases. So we have a proportional amount of that problem to fix. We're seeing in the developing world that they're leapfrogging technology just the same way that you don't see landlines in Africa, you see cell phones, that they're going straight to renewable energy sources. We've heard from climate scientists this summer that this is the warmest summer of our lives and will be the coolest summer of the rest of our lives. And so we owe our children and grandchildren everything that we can do to deal with this issue. We've seen governments, the federal government has pledged to plant 2 billion trees. We've seen 2 billion trees burn this summer. Moving slowly is not the option that we need. We need to act quickly. And I am just as disgusted as many other people to see a provincial government that puts this on the seat of consumers while they give billions of dollars in tax breaks to foreign multinational corporations to build pipelines and build LNG facilities to export natural gas around the planet when they know full well that natural gas or methane is 86 times more potent as a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. And just small leaks in the fracking process, which also poisons watersheds and airsheds and makes people sick who live in those regions. Small leaks in the system, turning on your stove, the few seconds where the gas is emanating from your stove before it lights, that natural gas is killing our atmosphere. And it's time that we cut it out. And I've spent the money to create my own zero carbon home. It's expensive to do home energy retrofits. So we need to build to high efficiency standards, and we need to make sure that we're not putting in climate killing technology into our homes. And this change in new homes, it represents a small fraction of the homes in Nanaimo. It's a small first step. I don't often like to quote Pierre Poilievre, but I will. We need technology. Technology, not taxes. Taxes aren't, carbon tax isn't incentivizing people to make the change. We have the technology sitting right in front of us. And so here at this table, we have a decision to make about whether we're going to implement that technology. And the other option is taxes, because we're paying for those wildfires. We are paying for what the insurance won't cover. We're paying for those firefighters to come to our province. We are paying for the floods that are destroying highways and farms and homes. We're paying for that. That's all tax dollars. So yeah, technology, not taxes. Let's spend our effort on those technologies that we know are proven. And BC Hydro did answer my questions. I did ask some of those questions because I know some of that technology is coming. And we are looking at a smart grid. And I am going to be able to flip a switch and power my house from my car if a tree comes down across my hydro line. That technology is coming. There's also technology that with solar panels that are 1,000 times more efficient and effective than current panels. There's lots of stuff. I love reading Scientific American and engineering reports and things like that, because we do have the capacity to do this. And as leaders in this community, we do have the responsibility to do everything that we can for our children and our grandchildren and their future. So I am absolutely going to support all three of these recommendations by staff, and I'd like to thank staff for bringing this forward and for showing that kind of solidarity with our children and grandchildren. This has been one heck of a summer, and I think that it weighs heavily on the younger generation. Going to the beach with my 7-year-old granddaughter and breathing in all that smoke, having to change all my travel plans and holiday plans based on wildfires everywhere I was wanting to go this summer. Iconic places in BC that I wanted to see that are toasted, burned, destroyed. And that's not the future I want to live in. And that's not the future I want my children and grandchildren to inherit. So this is a small step, and I'm willing to take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question actually through you to staff, if I might. My understanding is that these code changes will affect new builds only. So people who are already receiving natural gas, the thousands of homes throughout the city will continue to receive natural gas. Is that correct?
It's correct that this policy proposal only affects new buildings, not existing buildings.
Okay. And just, and I shouldn't do this to you, but off the top of your head, how many new homes would we, in particular single-family homes, because I'm not thinking so much of buildings, that's easier, but any idea how many, just approximately, would this affect per year?
It is, through your worship, it's
Okay.
in the report. And so when we look at the past
Understood. Thank you.
building stats, we're looking at about 700 buildings over the last 3 years. And mind you that 30% of those homes are already electric.
Okay.
So this will probably affect, on average, about 160 homes a
Per year. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, first of all, I want to say I thought the presentations tonight were excellent. It's a long night, but that was excellent, and the singing was breathtaking. So I really appreciated both sides. I also want to say to this audience that you were so respectful of each other, whether it was for or against. I was just so impressed with how everyone took the time to listen and just be so respectful. So I just want to say thank you and well done. The struggle that I'm having is that we, of course, want to get there. You know, everybody wants to get to this point. This is, someone talked about a paradigm shift, and I couldn't agree more. We are going to get there, but there's a transition that makes it difficult. And in particular, 3 of our speakers talked about the fact that the adopt the first one, and the third, easy to agree to, not a problem. But the B is very difficult to achieve. And I'm fascinated by the fact that BC Hydro is a publicly owned company, and yet the province, it's a publicly owned company by the province, and yet they said 2030. They didn't say 2024, 2026, they said 2030. And everything that I've read has suggested that they said 2030 because they wanted to give industry time to make the changes efficiently and effectively so as not to burden developers, industry makers, and so forth. So this is a tough one. I definitely feel that this is a tough one. We're going to get there. The government has said 2030 is the final date, absolutely. And I'm pleased that we're going to get there. I'd be thrilled if the government came back and said 2024, but they haven't. They said 2030. And that's, for me, the most difficult part of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Armstrong and Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you. I won't belabor the points. I agree, I have no problems with A and C, but I can't support B. I think the government has a reason for it. I also believe that one of the reasons is the grid isn't there, and that's why the Premier did announce that they want a source, because they're 3 years out, and they need more for 270,000. So that's one of the main reasons. My secondary reason is I am very concerned about outages. I've lived through them myself for 5 and 6 days. Talked to the mayors from other communities, are very concerned about this as well. So for those reasons, I can't support it because of B. I could do A and C, but B, I think the province has their reasons. They did their consultation, and I think we should be in line with that, as they are responsible for the environment. Thank you.
I don't wish to complicate things before I get to Councillors Hemmons and Thorpe, but might I suggest, Councillor Armstrong, then you make a motion that we vote on them separately. Ms. Gurry?
Your Worship, no motion's necessary. It's on the floor. You can just choose to vote on them seriatim. So you can vote on A, then B, then C separately. Yeah.
Doesn't require a motion, just the request? All right. I think that's maybe what we'll end up doing then. Councillor Hemmons, then Councillor Thorpe. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you, Your Worship. It's interesting because my read of the industry feedback based on the staff report was that it was actually B that's easier to meet, and that the market is already meeting the demand of. It's actually step 3 of the Energy Step Code that we heard from builders would be difficult. So I just want to preface by saying that I want to thank everyone who participated in this process, including those who were in the consultation, those who sent emails, my neighbor who is a local builder who sat in my kitchen for an hour last night and debated this with me. I also want to thank staff for dialing back, because I know that our first recommendations met with fierce opposition, and as a result, we softened the recommendations, and I think that is indicative of a bureaucracy that's listening. So I support the staff recommendations with the following comments. Ultimately, we're being asked to accelerate the zero carbon step code by 6 years and the inclusion of Part 3 buildings into the energy step code by approximately 2 years. The province has already set us down this path, and our decision is whether we want to do it faster. In Nanaimo, we declared a climate emergency in 2019 and set aggressive targets for reducing our emissions. Those targets were confirmed and restated during the Reimagine process, which, as we heard earlier tonight, was the largest and most comprehensive public engagement activity the city has ever undertaken. Staff recommendations provide the clearest path to meeting those GHG emission target reductions, which are based on irrefutable evidence that we must keep warming to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius to avoid catastrophic collapse of our ecosystem. As a municipality, we have limited means to reach those targets, and the Zero Carbon Step Code is one of those tangible means. The industry response has been mixed, but overall council has heard that the zero carbon step requirements are easier to meet and are actually providing a competitive market advantage to companies already meeting them. Innovation is being rewarded, and homeowners are actually expecting low or zero carbon emissions in their new builds. Directly from the report, council was asked to contemplate in this decision, the cost difference between step 2 and step 3 from industry reps is quite negligible. It's when we go to step 4 that it becomes a challenge. Overall feedback indicated that the industry preferred having alignment throughout the region, even if this increases some requirements in communities. So I think this is important, that if industry is saying if we go, we should go together, and we should go kind of to the end, because the phased approach is actually difficult for industry to meet. And to Councillor Perina's point, and I think this is really important, in terms of actual numbers, this will impact approximately 160 new homes per year and 6 large buildings. It impacts the developers building larger buildings less because, as we learned, they're for the most part already building to these standards because that's what people demand, that's what is required, that's what we expect. It impacts those building single-family homes more, and the pain of that is very real. And I say this to my neighbor who builds homes, who was in my kitchen last night. That's real. That is not, we can't negate that. I want to acknowledge and reinforce again that this is not a ban on gas and will not affect anyone currently using natural gas to heat their homes. The question I ask myself, though, is it's a bit of an order of magnitude. What is the biggest problem we face, and what are we trying to address with this? And I want to share that as elected officials, we're invited to near daily briefings with the province on the state of the wildfire and drought situation in our province. Last month, we saw the hottest recorded sustained temperatures since we started recording. Less than 2 weeks ago, my brother drove a fire truck over the Coquihalla from Maple Ridge to fight on the front line of the fires in Kelowna. He was there with first responders from Nanaimo. And I have no doubt that it's only a matter of time before we here on Vancouver Island are asking for resources from across the province to help us with a climate-related disaster. At 9:08 this morning, I received an invitation from Fortis BC to attend a reception for elected officials at the upcoming UBCM conference. There's a lobby here, and to not take that into account, into how the information and what information is being presented to us is negligent as leaders. I find the claims regarding RNG as a reliable, efficient energy source dubious. I admittedly get a bit stuck on the industry reps, Pioneer Fire and FlameRight, et cetera, those folks who came to talk to us about their reduction in business. Again, I return to staff's response that this is not a natural gas ban. Fireplaces can still be installed. They simply can't be the primary heat source in a home. And I further return to the actual figures of the number of homes that this will impact, which is 160 single-family home builds per year in 6 larger buildings. Ultimately, I believe this is the heavy lifting of leadership. We're being asked to weigh the very real pain of an industry undergoing enormous change with the long-term well-being of our community. It's not easy, it's not a no-brainer, it's very real, it has impact. I'm with Councillor Perino, but ultimately these difficult decisions are ours to shoulder. And for all of the reasons I've given, I support staff recommendations tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and like others, I appreciate everybody who took the time in this long evening to attend and to speak, and I thought everybody spoke very well. And over the past month, I've given this file a lot of thought, a lot of consideration. I've read a lot of words, I've heard a lot of rhetoric. Some of it was reasonable, some of it was fatuous, but it was all grist for the mill. I know that some of my friends in this room are totally opposed to all fossil fuels, and I understand their viewpoint. I personally feel that we're always going to need fossil fuels. I just think that we need to continue to transition away from them. I don't argue that. But I also think in my past history, I've always tried to be moderate and reasonable. And I feel that careful change and cautious change is always in the long term more effective. So I understand that there's an element that want fast, drastic change under the justification of climate emergency, but I struggle because I think in the longer term we'd be better served to approach this more carefully. And despite what personal feelings we might have about fossil fuels, I think that Council needs to remember that we are here to represent the interests of the average Nanaimo citizen, and that's often hard to judge. But Nanaimo, as a city, is working to reduce emissions. I think we're doing a good job. There is a provincial timeline for BC Energy Step Code and Zero Carbon Step Code. One of the options that we received in the staff report at the end of July was for us to follow the provincial implementation timelines. That was option number 3. I'm quite willing to support that option. The province does not want us to rush ahead. They don't want individual jurisdictions doing their own thing. And Your Worship, I point to an issue which I also find very important, and that is public safety and drug use in open spaces. I've requested that the city investigate options relating to a bylaw around that. And I was advised to hold off because the province apparently is considering some legislation in that area. And you know, I'm willing to hold off and to follow the lead of the province because I know that will be much more effective when it comes. So I use that as a comparison. I think adhering to provincial timelines would allow more time for builders and developers to learn and to adapt. It would give time for possible future government incentives to come online for builders or homeowners. So, you know, I've read the reports from BC Hydro and from Fortis, and I respect their representatives. We at this table are not scientists, and I don't think there's any point in debating what we believe or don't believe in those reports, because everybody's going to believe what they want to believe and not accept what they don't want to accept. But I think it is pretty clear that hydro rates would likely increase as demand increases. And at some point, capacity is going to be an issue because even the Premier has acknowledged that. We've heard from a lot of people tonight. We've heard from a lot of people in the last couple of weeks through letters and emails from environmentalists, but we've also heard from the Home Builders Association, from builders, construction companies, workers, contractors, and they say they are willing to follow a measured approach, the one that the government has laid out. But they do point out that there is a social and economic cost of pushing ahead too quickly. Now, I've heard from residents, and I know we're saying we're not going to ban natural gas, but we are in effect pushing a ban on future residents and future homeowners. It amounts to the same thing. I've heard from several residents, and I'll say more than several, who claim lower heating costs with gas. And in a very practical way, they want to be able to maintain that. I've heard from many people, including retired hydro workers, that they value having natural gas as a backup alternative for either heating or cooking. And so I guess I just don't believe that council should force homeowners in a quick manner away from gas and onto hydro. I don't think we should move unnecessarily quickly to take away home energy choices from the consumer. We will be adversely affecting jobs, the cost of living, and also potentially the amount of affordable housing that's built in the future. If people don't want to use gas, they won't use it. They won't ask for it. They won't demand it when they buy a house. The marketplace will detect where Fortis will build their infrastructure and spend the money necessary for that. But I believe people should still have the option as long as that's possible. And that's part of democracy, letting people have choice. So I say let's follow the provincial lead. I'm quite willing to do that. And that would be a possible counter motion. I can count to 5 around this table, though, and I don't see that coming forward. But I'm being quite honest that that is my opinion, and I hope it is a moderate and reasonable approach that still acknowledges the challenges of facing climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, we've been good so far tonight. Let's not change course now. I'm not going to try and be too long tonight, and I, like Councillor Thorpe, have given this a lot of thought. I have lived through interesting times. When 1971, we were all taught that the population bomb was the world's truth, and he was quite right, Paul Ehrlich. We were going to have about 7-8 billion people on the planet, and there'd be huge starvation. Well, here we are at the time as predicted, and we're not all starving. So I start with the general proposition. Please, you know, we've been very polite so far. Restrain yourself. Thank you. The reality is that we have enough and do produce enough food on the planet to feed everyone. So that crisis somehow got averted. And I'm not suggesting for a moment that I'm one of those airy-fairy types who thinks that technology is going to save us necessarily. But I'm also conscious of the fact that we do get caught up all the time in the greatest and worst fears of humanity. Councillor Hemmons referred to us doing the heavy lifting. With great respect, we're not doing the heavy lifting in Nanaimo. She herself pointed out 160 homes. We're asking the potential of 160 homeowners basically to forego the possibility of using natural gas. If we want to do heavy lifting, we should be petitioning the province to ban the import of the vegetables we all love to eat year-round when they're not in season in British Columbia. We should all be eating turnips and carrots and potatoes through the winter and living on our carrots and our greens in the summer, either that or producing them in solar-powered greenhouses. We're not really doing the heavy lifting. I did a rough calculation. Everyone seems to accept that Canadians produce 1.6 of the world's greenhouse gas emissions annually. I see Councillor Manley nodding, and I trust his judgment on this. We're a nation of 40 million people, 100,000 of us here in Nanaimo. We are 0.004% then of that 1.6 greenhouse gas emissions. Basically 4 1,000ths. Now, by implementing in a speedier fashion the zero carbon step code, we're not going to really have much of an impact. And I think if we are really serious about this, what we're really asking here tonight is that the building community, not Fortis Gas, not anybody else, that the building community somehow work harder and faster. We're whipping the horse to get us to the location sooner. I'm not convinced that, firstly, based on the small impact, which everyone seems to acknowledge, that it's quite frankly worth the effort, the potential disruption at a time when we are still facing a great lack of housing. I appreciated the comments of one of the presenters earlier, I can't remember her name, who said, well, people will just buy old houses and not worry about the new houses. The reality is people do buy new houses, and they have to buy new houses because if that marketplace is even 50% old stock and 50% new stock, they're going to buy 50% of the new stock because that's the way it is. The builders tell me in this community that everybody wants quartz countertops and 9-foot ceilings instead of 8-foot ceilings. We all want stuff, and collectively, I just am not prepared tonight to support to ask what I'll call the construction community, the building community, to race ahead of where the province is. With respect to staff and the excellent work and all the presentations I've heard tonight and all the numerous letters that we received, many of them form letters. Indeed, in some cases, a couple of letters from the same person because I was paying attention. I appreciate the strong community feeling felt by those who have taken the time to send those letters and come out tonight. But I think sometimes you have to step back and ask ourselves, if this is where we're going to try and save the world, I don't think it's where we need to divide the community, if you will, or start. There are lots of other things that would be far more effective. As long as we're continuing to rely on transportation with vehicles that are slowly and very slowly being converted to electric vehicles, which again have a huge impact on the planet and all the resources, including nickel and all the other precious minerals to survive. Again, I'm not satisfied that that's the way to go. So maybe I'm just getting old and contrary. And I appreciate the way the vote's going to go tonight, but you know what? At this stage, I don't mind being a bit on the contrary side. We're not asking anyone to do the heavy lifting here tonight. If we were asking people to do the heavy lifting, we'd be bringing in a ban on wood stoves, period, in this community. We'd be bringing on a ban on natural gas currently in every home in this town. We'd be asking the province to give us permission to implement a gas tax on gasoline in Nanaimo, and we'd whack it up by 50 cents or $1 a pop. And then we'd see some real changes. No, sorry, but we're not going to do that, and we know that. And we know that there's not the political courage or the will in the community to do it. So frankly, I'm not prepared to get way ahead of where the province that has greater resources in terms of the science that it relies on and the ministerial staff and the advice that it receives to jump ahead. So having said that, I think Councillor Brown was waiting for me tonight to speak so he could maybe give me a little whack, and I trust he'll be as brief as I've been, and then we can get to voting. Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Yeah, that gives me quite a few minutes. No, I'm not. Like Councillor Thorpe and the Mayor, I've been thinking about this for quite some time, since probably around 2003. That's about 20 years after Dr. Hansen, was speaking to Congress, leading those committees. And in those 40 years, emissions have continually gone up. And someone actually opposed to this motion sent me a paper by Dr. Hansen, which I read, and in that paper, which was very recent, they sent it in opposition to these motions, and in that he was talking about government inaction and the continued poor policies that have resulted in GHGs and GHGs equivalencies going up. So when we're talking about heavy lifting, I think it's important to note that what we're ultimately talking about here is residential connections to LNG or RNG. We'll just note that the BC Utilities Commission hasn't actually approved of that application, so that's not a sure thing. But even if it is, analysis shows that and there's going to be a certain fuzziness in these projections beyond 2032, because obviously Fortis has information around different contracts that they might have beyond that. But even with that said, analysis of RNG production shows that about 17% by 2050 of current BC LNG needs could be met with RNG. So, definitely a mismatch there in terms of its usefulness with deep electrification. But we're talking about residential here tonight, but I think it's important to note that in 2020, at about 150 petajoules was the amount of LNG used by industry in British Columbia. Now, a lot of that, I think, was rightfully identified as cement and iron production. Those are very hard industries to electrify in a very deep way. So if you're going to be creating RNG and attempting to decarbonize industries that are very hard to get all that carbon out of the production of those materials, I'm going to say if you're serious about this, you would be directing that RNG to those industries. Because when it comes to the residential sector, there is tried and true technologies and replacements right now that can provide 100% of the residential needs, especially in climates like Nanaimo. Now, there is difficult places across this country, especially as you go north. Thankfully, a good chunk of the population, the majority of the population, lives in climates similar to ours, and not some of those high north places. But I think that's even a stronger case about why places with climates like Nanaimo need to be making those steps and allowing room for equity for those places that are going to be harder to remove the type of energy source that is not a low carbon energy source. So when it comes to this, I don't think this is a hard decision at all. It's an easy decision. You know, the numbers, I think there's a lot of criticism placed on hydro, which I think are being very honest about their capabilities and some of their limitations and working hard to address it. At the same time as I think there's a certain level of dishonesty that's occurring with alternatives to hydro and their ability to meet that. And so, you know, obviously I'm going to support this. I didn't even need to speak, and that was known, so I appreciate that predictability. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it there. It's a pretty simple decision. If we're serious about this is like the easiest step in the world. So just get on with it. And I just want to say about the one last thing. There's been talk about what's hard for builders and what's easy for builders. First of all, I think Councillor Hammond's comments tonight were just like on point, perfect. Thank you for them. We do need to listen to the building industry because they have a lot of valuable experience and advice about how to build homes. But at the same time, changes to the BC Building Code happen all the time, and the building industry adapts. And so I think when we talk about market choice, all the time there's limitations on market choice to direct the market in a certain way. And that even happens through changes to the building code, increased R values in insulation, shear walls for earthquakes, right? Every time there's a change, it's mandated by the province. This is the exception where they did not have the courage to do it. So they said, we'll put in a phased approach that municipalities can exceed if they want to. That's cowardice. They should have done exactly what they've done for almost all the other building code changes. I'm not saying that a phased approach is the wrong, because you do need to bring people along and you need to give people time to learn. But the approach they took was not courageous. I appreciate that they give municipalities the option. However, that was just a failure of leadership on their part because they were unwilling to make that hard decisions. So they forced a million conversations like the one that happened at this table. Thank you. And they're doing that with everything. It's not appropriate.
Thank you very much. No further speakers. Amen. I'm going to ask for the vote on A. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. On B, all those in favor? Councillors Eastmere, Gesselbrock, Hemmons, Brown, and Manley. Those opposed? Councillors Armstrong, Mayor Krogh, Councillor Thorpe, Councillor Perino. That passes as well. All those in favor of C? Unanimous. Thank you very much. We can now, these poor people can all go home. No. You know, class, you don't want to take it from an A+ for behavior down to a B-.
Your Worship.
Oh, Larry, you still can't act nicely in a public place.
Your
Larry,
Worship.
spare us. The next is reports.
Your Worship.
Official Community
Your
Plan
Worship.
Amendment Application Number OCP.
Your Worship.
103.
Your Worship.
Sorry.
We need a motion to proceed past 11. Now that that matter is dealt with,
Yes.
that's in the procedure.
Thank you
bylaw.
very much. Who's going to make that motion? Moved by Councillor Hemmons, seconded by Councillor Brown. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. We're on to 12A, Official Community Plan Amendment Application Number OCP 103 and Rezoning Application Number RA 493-564 Fifth Street, 502 and 505 Howard Avenue. Mr. Holm, the very patient Mr. Holm. Good evening.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I won't say too much about this given the time and the extensive presentation earlier from the Knowledge Partners. The information's in the report. If you have any questions, obviously this is a substantial official community plan amendment application or significant in the potential aligning with the MOU for Tetuxton official community plan amendment application and rezoning properties in Harewood. Happy to take any questions. Just should mention too that this has been, we've scheduled out this process with the OCP amendment and rezoning application to run concurrently with item 12B, which you'll hear about shortly, the park dedication disposition with respect to the legislative requirements for those two processes. Happy to take questions on this one. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holm. Any questions for Mr. Holm? Councillor Hemmens moves the staff, well, let's see, all three? Sorry? No, it's bylaw. It's a bylaw. Has to be read out.
Sorry, Councillor Hemmens.
No. Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you. I would move that City Plan Amendment Bylaw 2023 number 6600.001 to redesignate 502 Howard Avenue from Parks and Open Spaces to Mixed-Use Corridor pass first reading.
Seconded, Councillor Manley. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you. I move that City Plan Amendment Bylaw 2023 number 6600.001 pass second reading.
Seconded, Councillor Perino. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you. I move that Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2023 number 4500.213 to rezone 564 Fifth Street, 502 Howard Avenue, and 505 Howard Avenue from low density residential R6, Parks, Recreation and Cultural 3, PRC 3, and Community Service 1, CS1 to Comprehensive Development District Zone 12, CD 12, pass first reading.
Seconded, Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you. I move that Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2023 number 4500.213 pass second reading, and that Council direct staff to secure the conditions related to Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2023 number 4500.213 as outlined in the Conditions of Rezoning section of the staff report dated 2023 August 28th, should Council support the bylaw at third reading.
Seconded, Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you. The next is item 12B, alternative approval process, 502 Howard Avenue Park dedication removal. Ms. Gurry, you're going to introduce this.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I won't be too long either. As Mr. Holm mentioned, this is planned to run concurrently with the OCP amendment bylaw that you just had first and second reading, and the zoning amendment bylaw first and second reading that you've just done. So in order for city approval of a disposition of parkland, approval of the electors is required. This can be done either by an alternative approval process or a referendum. Staff are recommending the alternative approval process for a number of reasons, and most importantly that it's the much cheaper option, and so this is for removal of park in the park dedication bylaw, and this is also in accordance with section 30 subsection 3 of the community charter. And that's it, Your Worship. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I think we understand. Councillor Hemmens, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a big one. I move that Council determine the total number of electors of the area to which the approval process applies, the whole of the City of Nanaimo, to be 78,334. To establish a deadline of 4:30 p.m. on Friday, 2023, October 10th, for receiving elector responses for the alternative approval process in relation to 502 Howard Avenue Park dedication removal. Approve the elector response form as attached to the staff report dated August 28th, 2023, titled Alternative Approval Process, 502 Howard Avenue Park Dedication Removal. move that park dedication
We
by.
vote on.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship.
No.
If you can vote on those three, and then she could move on to the next.
I appreciate the enthusiasm to get through this. Seconded, Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. You're opposed? Oh, sorry. Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that park dedication bylaw amendment bylaw 2023 number 7182.01 to remove park dedication at 502 Howard Avenue, Harewood Sports Field, pass first reading.
Seconded, Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Armstrong. Motion carries. Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you. I move that park dedication bylaw amendment bylaw 2023 number 7182.01 pass second reading.
Seconded, Councillor Thorpe. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Armstrong. Motion carries. Thank you.
And I move that park dedication bylaw amendment 2023 number 7182.01 pass third reading.
Seconded, Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Armstrong. Motion carries. Thank you. On to 12C, rezoning application RA 485-6124 Metro Drive. Mr. Holm, not Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a rezoning application on Metro Drive corridor near Dunbar. You can see it on the screen outlined in red overhead. Rezoning from R1 to Core 1. Proposed, the concept is 91 residential units in 2 buildings of 3 and 4 stories. City plan designation is residential corridor, which aligns with the proposal. Policy supports the proposal, and staff support the proposal. Number of conditions of approval outlined. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Armstrong?
Can you tell me where on Metro Drive the driveway is going to come out?
It should come out close to opposite Dunbar.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Hemmens?
Thank you. I move that zoning amendment bylaw 2023 number 4500.214 to rezone 6124 Metro Drive from single dwelling residential R1 to residential corridor Core 1 pass first reading.
Seconded, Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion. Sorry. Thank you very much, Councillor Armstrong, for your comments. All those in, you're opposed. Motion carries. Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you. I move that zoning amendment bylaw 2023 number 4500.214 pass second reading, and that council direct staff to secure the conditions related to zoning amendment bylaw 2023 number 4500.214 as outlined in the conditions of rezoning section of the staff report dated August 28th, 2023, should council support the bylaw at third reading.
Seconded, Councillor Eastmere. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Armstrong. Motion carries. Thank you. The next is rezoning application number RA 488-2453 Labio Road. Mr. Holm, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. This rezoning application is for property on Labio Road in the Diver Lake neighborhood. You see it outlined in red on the screen. And that's located on Labio, between Labio and York Crescent near Autumnwood, or adjacent to Autumnwood. This is the concept shows a 30-unit ground-oriented townhouse concept, 3-story form. Rezoning is from R1 to R6 with some site-specific provisions for height, setbacks, and density. The OCP designation is suburban neighborhood, which supports the concept as shown there. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Holm? Not seeing any. Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you. I move that zoning amendment bylaw 2023 number 4500.211 to rezone 2453 Labio Road from single dwelling residential R1 to low density residential R6 with site specific height pass first reading.
Seconded, Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you. I move that zoning amendment bylaw 2023 number 4500.211 pass second reading, and that council direct staff to secure the conditions related to zoning amendment bylaw 2023 number 4500.211 as outlined in the conditions of rezoning section of the staff report dated August 28th, 2023. Should council support the bylaw at third reading?
Seconded. Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. The next is E, development permit application number DP 1308-855 Douglas Avenue. Mr. Holm again.
Thank you, Your Worship. A development permit application. This is for relaxation to a watercourse leaf strip from 30 meters to 4.5 meters for the construction of a detached secondary suite on the property. The property is within Development Permit Area 1, environmentally sensitive areas, and is located adjacent to the Chase River. You can see it outlined in red there. The tree area is predominantly within a forested ravine adjacent to the Chase River. There's a small portion of the property closer to Douglas that's clear and relatively level, and is the proposed site of the secondary suite. So the entire property is actually within the watercourse setback, so variance is required to allow the construction of the suite. The proposal includes as well the removal of an existing shed that's closer to the bank, closer to the tree ravine, which was identified by the qualified environmental professional that provided a report to support the proposal as high-value habitat. So the treed ravine is high-valued habitat. The rest of the property is currently cleared. The existing shed closer to the ravine is to be removed. Accessory dwelling unit closer to Douglas Avenue is to be constructed. And the qualified environmental professional identified that removal of the shed will improve the site conditions overall. I'm happy to take any questions on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a couple of questions from council. Councillor Armstrong.
I guess one of my concerns is I understand that he thinks it's going to make it better, but would there be an impact when they start doing the construction to, like soil sliding in, et cetera?
Thank you, through your worship. Yeah, the qualified environmental professional did address that and said that standard measures to prevent erosion and erosion sediment control methods would address any concerns around that. So yeah, they didn't foresee any issues with that.
Okay, I'll wait till I hear from our NALT representation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perino.
Actually, Councillor Armstrong asked my question. Thank you.
Very good. We have a delegation. Mr. Chapman, good evening. I don't have to repeat. Yes, getting close. It's morning somewhere in the world.
It's morning somewhere. It's certainly after my bedtime.
If you could introduce yourself just for the record.
Paul Chapman with the Nanaimo and Area Land Trust. I'm normally not up this late unless I'm about to say Happy New Year, so I'll try and be quick. And so I'm going to toss out the speech I made, although you would have all been wowed by my eloquence, just to say that this application doesn't meet the requirements of the bylaw. This council, slam, crash, bang, this council wisely altered the bylaw to change it from no net loss to net gain. And this application doesn't give net gain. Doesn't do it. It's not in there. It's not in the QEP report. And the closest it comes to it is the fact that they're taking down a shed, but it doesn't show any net gain. It's just lawn. And the requirements of the bylaw are that there be net gain in habitat, and it's not in there. It's just not there. So, I don't know what to say about that. It's not a would be nice to. We could do. It's a there must be. If you permit change in the leaf strip, not in the SPIA, in the leaf strip that's a city requirement, if you permit disturbance in there, then there must be restoration and enhancement. And the goal is for that to be 2 times the area of the disturbance. It's not in this. There's no, and there's supposed to be a costed out, detailed report on how that's going to be done. That's not here. It just doesn't meet the requirements of the bylaw. There's no net gain. There's no plan for net gain. There's no report on net gain. It's just not here. That was quick.
Councillor Gesselbrook.
I got a question for staff.
Okay. Councillor Perino, question for the delegation.
Yes, I do. I have a question for the delegation. So, Mr. Chapman, your recommendation that council issue development permit, right, for a proposed detached secondary suite within the watercourse leaves strip with, anyway, the address, with a variance as outlined in the proposed variance. Is that correct? Is that what you're recommending?
I'm saying that it's not meeting the requirements of the bylaw, so you shouldn't even consider it.
You're against this altogether. Is that correct?
I don't think that the requirements have been met. I don't think there's a vote for or against. It's just an incomplete application.
Okay.
It's the language is where disturbance within an ESA, and again, the ESA is the city requirements, where that disturbance happens, there must be restoration and enhancement. And if you go down, so it's of the zoning bylaw, it's 18.1.4, F and G, they spell out what's required, and it's not in this application.
Okay, thank you. And your worship, so my question as well as to the staff, so thank you.
Thank you.
For Mr. Chapman?
Mr. Chapman, sorry, Councillor Armstrong.
If take that aside, if that was there, would you have issues with this the way it is done, based on your experience?
Generally, I would, I get up here and speak whenever there's a riparian setback variance request, but without knowing what that additional piece, that net gain would be, I don't know what I'd be, and I don't think anyone can. It's incomplete.
You answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's the last of the questions for the delegation. Your question, Mr. Councillor Gesselbrock, is for staff, please.
Thanks, Your Worship, through you. Just a question to staff. I'm just curious, like in the DPA guideline, it is a requirement to demonstrate net gain. I'm just curious, was it applied, and if it wasn't, how come? Thank you.
Yes, through Your Worship. So, yeah, the principle that was included with the amendments, along with City Plan, was a principle of from no net loss to net gain. So there are some criteria or some principles that guide what net gain could look like metrically. What's proposed here in the QEP's position, opinion, and staff are in concurrence with, does constitute net gain. Could it be improved to meet the metrics? Possibly, but it's our opinion that it complies with the development permit area guidelines. So it does achieve some improvement. There isn't restoration enhancement. The QEP didn't see that as necessary. The functional high-value habitat is within the ravine, and there was no additional restoration enhancement recommended. But they did make the statement that the removal of the shed would improve the site conditions overall. So in our opinion, it does meet the development permit area guidelines.
Is that it, Councillor Gesselbrock?
Yeah, thanks. I think just having that expressed in the report clearly, I think, is always appreciated. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Your Worship. If there's no other, I would like to move that DP 1308 be denied for the reasons that the principle of net gain has not been demonstrated and the required reporting has not been submitted.
So your new motion, different motion, that the principle hasn't been met.
And I can speak to it quickly. I do think we made this change. It wouldn't be a hard process for a QEP to meet. The QEP report essentially followed provincial methodology, and our development permit area goes beyond that now. It has some additional requirements. I don't think they've been demonstrated, and as such, I think there needs to be amendment to the QEP. Ultimately, development permits are a pathway to yes, and I think they could easily demonstrate it based on what the site looks like, especially if you take an aerial photo of how they can add some habitat and go beyond just removing the shed. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been seconded. Councillor Thorpe, then Councillor Kesselbrock.
Thanks, Your Worship. I struggle to see the rationale here. We're getting hung up in, I think, semantics. When I read in the report that the development permit area guidelines demonstrates improved site conditions that will achieve an increase in the quality and quantity of functional habitat over existing conditions, and I've just heard that from staff as well. So to me, I don't see a problem with this, and I'm not prepared to deny it.
Thank you very much. I'll be very quick. I agree entirely with Councillor Thorpe's comments, and I'm not going to prolong this by debating this at 10 to midnight. All those in favor of Councillor Brown's motion? Councillors Armstrong, Eastmere, Gesselbrock, Manley, and Brown. And those opposed? Councillors Hemmens, Mayor Krogh, Councillor Thorpe, Councillor Brino. The motion carries. I wished I debated longer. Quite candidly, in a community that's desperate for housing, we're going to add more costs and time to this when a building is being removed, but that sounds like bitterness after motion. I'm not going to engage in that tonight. The next is Municipal Highway Naming Loretta Lane Bylaw 2023 number 7366. Mr. Corse, Mr.
Your Worship, we agreed that we would pitch hit for Mr. Corson. I'm sure he's home in bed by now, but this is simply just looking for council support on first 3 readings for the naming of a lane. Council previously approved a development application that had units fronting on the lane. In order to get addressing, we need to have a proper name for the lane. So in this case, Loretta Lane is being proposed, and we're asking council for support of first 3 readings.
I hate myself. Can I ask a quick question? Where do we get this Loretta? Where does that come from?
So in many of the cases of new developments, the developer will bring forward suggestions for road names. Our staff will run it through our list to make sure it doesn't conflict with any other names in the community, and it meets our requirements. And in this case, this recommendation came from them.
Okay, because Staffordshire Terrier. Never mind.
Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you. I move that Municipal Highway Naming Loretta Lane, Bylaw 2023 number 7366, to provide for the naming of a municipal highway pass first reading.
Seconded, Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries.
I move that Municipal Highway Naming Loretta Lane, Bylaw 2023 number 7366, pass second reading. Seconded,
Councillor Thorpe. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries.
I move that Municipal Highway Naming Loretta Lane, Bylaw 2023 number 7366, pass third reading.
Seconded, Councillor Manley. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you. Bylaws, Highway Closure and Dedication Removal Bylaw 2023 number 7364. Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you. I move that Highway Closure and Dedication Removal Bylaw 2023 number 7364, a bylaw to provide for highway closure and dedication removal of an unnamed laneway between 334 and 364 Halliburton Street, pass third reading.
Seconded, Councillor Eastmere. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. We have no notices of motion. Other business, we have 2 pieces of correspondence from the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch. I don't suppose anyone wants to really talk about that. And we have a question. Oh, Mr. Manners, I'm impressed. We have, one questioner has disappeared, but we have Mr. Manners on 12A and 12B. Mr. Manners, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll try to keep it quick, seeing as how we're running out of time. I didn't think that I'd be able to get up here to ask the questions, so I asked a couple of the questions to staff, and I got answers. So the first question was, why are we putting the cart before the horse? For example, you first passed the bylaw to go ahead with 12A. And then you passed 12B, which was to do what 12A was already doing. And that was answered by Ms. Gurry saying that it wasn't a complete, 12A wasn't complete because it only went to the first two readings. So that was answered satisfactory. My second question was, why is the process of removing the park dedication when the city is stating that that part of the development will be park?
I suspect Mr. Lindsay's going to tell us that actually the way the plan is laid out, it won't quite coincide exactly with the boundaries of the property as it exists. Is that?
Thank you, Your Worship. You captured it very well, but I would just say I'd add that the plan that's being proposed includes having residential and a community center that may have other community services in it on the city property. So there's other uses than park.
Okay, thank you. And my last question was, will we see a promotion of a media campaign to inform residents of the AAP and the process to oppose if they so desire?
Your Worship, I can answer
Ms.
that.
Gurry is going to answer that. The legal
Yes.
requirements, please. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Manners. For every time there's approval of the electors required, no matter the process, there is the required notifications that's in the legislation, but we also do a number of news releases, videos on how you can get your forms, fill out your forms, and submit your forms. That's all a requirement, and we try to go above and beyond so that everybody for the process has that education and explanation and knows how they can vote or submit their petition.
Okay, thank you. The reason why I asked that question was because in the past we've had 1, 2, or 3 voters opposed to any of the AAPs out of 78,000 plus. And I'm just hoping that we can get the word out so that we might have a few more than just 3. Thank you, and it's not quite midnight, so we're going to get out of here on time. Yay.
Thank you, Mr. Manners. That finishes question period. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Eastmere. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much.